Einen wunderschönen Vormittag, meine Damen und Herren.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be able to welcome you personally here in the Austria campus. And of course, we're also very happy to welcome several hundred people who are joining us online. I bid you a very cordial welcome. My name is Sabine Lobo. I'm a journalist and moderator at the Pulse 4 News at Pulse 4 and Sat 1. And it is my privilege to lead you through this conference of the energy communities this year again. Last year already, we spoke about how energy communities and citizen energy communities are being established in Austria at a very rapid speed, and they are very popular in this country. This is a trend for which we'll be getting figures today, but we will also look into the question how the new Energy Industry Act is going to affect the energy communities. This is a draft act that is currently being debated in Austria. But we'll also be looking at the social aspects, the importance of energy communities, whose popularity is in part due to the fact that they give people a certain degree of independence, and perhaps it's also a feeling of freedom. And this is why more and more people in Austria ask themselves, do you want to come along with me? Do you want to enter into an energy community with me? Where are their strengths? Where are their weaknesses? All of this is what we are planning to discuss today. And I shall start out by opening the official part of this event, welcoming Mr. Bernd Vogel. A very good morning. Come along with me is something that reminded me of the past. I think it's an expression from when I was young that we used in order to ask whether somebody wanted to be our boyfriend or girlfriend. I joined Twitter in 2009 and was climate active, as I called myself then, and a member of the Ministry of the Environment. And I was asked very often, you're a civil servant in the ministry, you can't put that on Twitter. I thought, well, why not, really? I mean, this is the right direction to take, and I'll just leave it there. And today we are 400 people in this room, 800 online, and all of us work in the renewables, and I think renewables are an excellent vehicle in order to move towards our common goal. We all have a dream of being able to supply for ourselves. We like to grow things that we can then eat, and it's the same for energy. And in particular, when there are crises, we are happy that we have something to be able to subsist in our own production. And then we can also support each other when somebody produces more than they currently need, and vice versa. And this is something that is also very important for the policies of the Climate Fund. And I'm very glad that we have this climate fund in Austria. It is exactly that it is meant to do. It's supposed to help projects to be implemented. We want to help implement projects for housing, but also for renewable energies. And we are trying to support that. And I think energy communities are very good pioneers here. We now have thousands of energy communities in Austria, and all of the European Union looks to Austria because the implementation works here better than anywhere else. And people start asking internationally what it is that is taking place in Austria that this is so popular. So I'd like to thank everybody who supports this for the excellent work they're doing, Eva Dvorak, Patrick Fuchs, and Stefan Haider. A very big hand for them, most deserved. What's also really important for us and matches the new policies of the Climate Fund, something that the energy communities do very well, is that we try to work together with the Austrian regions in administering these energy communities. It's very important that the social partners, the regions, and the ministry on a national level collaborate here. We need a lot of collaboration, we need cooperation, we need people's enthusiasm, and we have funding, and I see that our funds are really, really helpful in creating something that is a big success. I wish all of us that we will have a successful day, moving forward and working together to bring about the climate change in the right direction and help sustainable renewable energies. Thank you very much, Bernd Vogel. And just as last year, we are particularly happy to have the Minister for Environmental Protection, Climate Protection, the Environment, and Energy and Technology. It is very nice to have you here, Minister Leonore Gewessler. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I too would like to welcome you on this conference of the energy communities. Last year already, but this year again, I really get goosebumps looking into this room filled up with people and knowing how many people are interested in energy communities internationally. So a very cordial welcome to several hundred people on our live stream. It's fantastic to see how the energy communities in Austria are developing, evolving very quickly, how many people in Austria support this project. And that's why I'm so happy to be here and be part of this conference. I said something along these lines last year already, but I'd like to say it again this year. Participation, empowerment is something that I find so important for people. And that is why, as one of our first projects in the Renewables Act, we have been dealing with just that. How can the participation be implemented in this respect? Energy participation is something that is of democratic importance, and the energy communities, and that's something that I need hardly say here in the room. We all know it, everybody practices it. Renewables are about sharing. They are more tangible to people. They contribute to participation of the citizens, of creating a feeling of a community. They play an important role for improved acceptance in bringing about the turn in energy supplies, and therefore supporting energy projects. Citizens are more and more motivated to invest in their own production installations, and there are many more advantages that we'll be discussing in detail in the course of this day. We'll also be dealing with challenges and where there is room for improvement that you all know from practice and that you will be telling us about. But energy communities in Austria are a real success story. It's very nice to see that, and it is for me reflected in one figure. In the coordinating body, it was discussed in the beginning together with the regions, what aim, what goal should we set ourselves? There were some people from the regions that were very ambitious, and they said, well, let's call it 1,000. I think many people thought, wow, well, that will be hard to reach. But we all contributed to the fact that we have far more than 1,000 energy communities in Austria now. And I would like to very cordially thank all of you. I think all of you have really deserved a big hand for over 1,000 energy communities that are up and running in Austria already. What this shows is that people in Austria want to be part of the turnaround in energy and want to contribute to a positive development in future. I would like to thank the coordinating body, because without it, without this institution that helps people find their way through the jungle of all kinds of difficulties, without them it wouldn't have been possible. So we have a wonderful team that has already been mentioned. I would like to join Bernd Vogel in thanking everybody. You have a very positive, constructive way of collaborating. The coordinating body, the counseling office, the regions, thank you so much, everybody, for all the work you're doing in order to bring about a turnaround in energy supplies for Austria and support joint use of energy production sites and installations. Of course, we'll also be addressing those areas where there is need to improve things. We have a plan for an acceleration act on renewables. We also have the Electricity Industry Act. You know that there is a draft that is being discussed where there are many issues that you have been discussing, like the quality of data and so on. We're going to speak about this. I'm very happy that there are so many people who are interested in the topic, and maybe at the end of the day we can think about a new goal for the next year, for the second year. I'm glad that so many people are here, and I'm looking forward to an exciting, interesting, informative, and wonderful day together with you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Minister, for your words of welcome to this conference. And before we start our panel discussion, I'd like to announce our keynote speaker, Dr. Jessica Thompson of the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems in Freiburg in Germany, has joined us here. She has around 1,200 collaborators at the European Solar Energy Institute with 8 labs and 4 production sites. This is an institute that has an excellent infrastructure, and Dr. Thompson's research focus is on the analysis of local and regional energy systems. She looks into sharing concepts from a systemic point of view. She discusses challenges and possible solutions, and we are very happy to have you here.
First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you for the kind invitation. When I received it, I was a bit hesitant accepting this invite, because in Germany we always look at Austria when it's about energy communities. And I thought, well, we do a bit of research, but when it comes to the implementation, you are way ahead of us. But when I then learned that it is primarily about taking a systemic look at what it is all about, I thought we do have a contribution to render. So, my slides for you. So, this means that actually I'm going to take a critical look, sharing a few details with you, not to demotivate you, but I think it's important in order to shed light on a few challenges, in order to look at the self-efficacy and the participation that's of crucial importance in order to implement energy communities and master the energy turnaround to make the transition sustainable and not just run into risks you might already discern this day. So what are the hopes concerning energy sharing concepts, trading concepts? What are the hopes entailed? Then I'm going to take you on a journey to look at what the energy system is going to look like in 2045. And the figures I brought along and the graphical illustrations are intended for Germany, because we are not Austrian energy experts who you have here in Vienna. I would like to look at it from the German or European point of view, but I think that the mechanisms can be transferred because the countries are quite similar, as we know. And then I'm going to take you on a journey looking at how local flexibility can be made usable here outside of energy communities. What about the grid relief? What are the challenges implied? And what will the impact be when we look at the big picture, 2045? Many energy communities, will there be an impact on the wholesalers? And conclusions with a couple of open questions, to be honest, because many challenges I don't believe have been solved yet. Maybe it's not challenges, we are just lacking the ultimate proof that these are no challenges as such. So what are our hopes and the experience when it comes to energy sharing? These are studies from Germany, and you can see that there is the expectation that it will accelerate the energy transition. Almost all households will be able to participate. It should be implemented more. In Germany, the situation is characterized by not having energy communities these days, but community energy installations are just being introduced into the legal landscape, into our act. So we don't have these opportunities yet, and more studies show that we should join this path. There are many flexibilities to seize. We may save on extending or expanding the grid. It's uneconomical and so on. These are issues we hear a lot about. And let's look at the national energy system. And later on, I'm going to shed light on what the future may be. Will these hopes be fulfilled or not? When we look at the energy system and what it is going to look in 2045, these are figures from our own study on climate-neutral energy system in Germany, with shedding light on all sectors. This is not a solely electricity-based model, but we really look across all energy sectors. And we learn that definitely we need wind and PV. There are flexibilities when it comes to batteries, accumulators, electrolysis, e-mobility, and we still need conventional power plants in order to then be switched to CO2 neutrality, gas turbines, or the cogeneration plants and heat pumps for sure. What you can see here in this picture is the graphical illustration of what the electricity production scene will look like. We have a lot of wind, PV, and about half of the photovoltaics performance in gas turbines that will be fueled by hydrogen. So don't be confused by the orange color. They will be switched to hydrogen, will then be climate neutral, zero CO2. And what's the challenges of such an energy system? So on the one hand, you can see the production using wind in the daily and annual structures. To the right, you find the days per year, and what you can see is the fluctuation. The bluer it is, the more production is. You can see these fluctuations. There are times when a lot is being produced and times when we produce little only, so we have major fluctuations here. And at the bottom, the production of the PV plants. Here you can see the daily pattern much more clearly. So in summer in particular, during the day, I have a high production volume. In winter, it's getting a bit less. It looks like a lying egg instead of the production. And when you interpose them, you can see we need technologies buffering or accompanying these processes. When we now look at the load, that's the load situation when it comes to the electricity demand without flexibilities in the background. And you can see that during the night in summer, the light color here, there is little demand. High demand would certainly be found in winter. No wonder. And when we look at the fluctuating volume that we now deduct here, here we can again see the daily figures and then going from the 1st of January to the left, 31st of December on your right hand. And looking at the residual load, you can see we have electricity excess. When it's negative, the redder the color is, the more the excess will be. And electricity deficit in terms of the demand can't be covered by the fluctuating amount, so that's blue. So I have an excess of electricity, much more strongly pronounced than deficits, and a major part of the excess will come in by PV, something we again see when looking at that lying egg in summer. But also in winter, I find individual days when I have some electricity excess. So we have a model that looks at all aspects, trying to find out what technologies will accompany the excesses or the losses we have, and what does it mean for energy communities. So what will happen when I have too much electricity, for instance? The technology is available in order to take up excess of electricity. At the bottom is electricity will be converted to heat, and in blue, decentral heat pumps. Depicted in orange, we find electricity to heat, again heat grids. With both, we see the seasonal patterns. In 2045 in particular, we learn that in winter it will be used a lot, in summer less. So logically speaking, in summer we have a much more reduced demand here. What technologies to follow? In green, that is the electricity storage systems. So we see the pattern in winter. To the right and left, you have relatively low bars. In summer, these are getting higher. And in summer, it's power to X, that is electrolysis, power to synfuels. And that is what in our model plays the major part in order to supply the entire system in a climate neutral way, using the excess of electricity all during the year, buffering weather fluctuations. In purple, you see electricity exports within the European electricity grid, and in brown, you can see the curtailment, which means that I'm having a system here with such an amount being produced that I can curtail the energy amount in summer. What's striking to learn is December, because here in December, partly we don't have such a demand of electricity compared to other winter months due to the holidays or red letter days. I have fewer electricity deficits here, and the situation turned upside down. When I have electricity deficits, what technologies will be applied? What you can see at first glance compared to the electricity surplus technologies is the increase of 2030 to 2045 not being that marked. So the situation when I have electricity surplus in 2045, it will be much more than in 2030, and therefore this plays a more important role. Looking at the electricity deficits, the technologies that primarily are used, that is the decharging of the electricity storage facilities and the flexible power plants outside of the heat grid, the classical turbine, for instance, which to the major part will be fueled with substances from Power X or the electrolysis. And what's being used in winter is wind, electricity, hydropower from the Nordic neighboring countries. And here again, we see that in December we have a somewhat reduced electricity demand. We don't have a lack of electricity. It doesn't have to be balanced. Some short interim conclusion for the system requirements we are faced with concerning flexibility and what energy system I use. I have a strong interaction between the technologies. I need a lot of technologies that act flexibly, and electrolysis has a high share of flexibility provision because I have such an electricity surplus in summer. There are relatively specific use cases. In the short run and in summer, batteries will be used to a major extent. Heating also plays a role, but not such a major one as, for instance, is being propagated in discussions because the flexibility potential of heat pumps in winter is relatively low because we assume as a trend that we want to have it hot and not provide excess energy for the electricity market. So we might argue whether this will be the case in 2045, but we will discuss that in more detail later on. And the long-term flexibilities are power to X, and in winter, the flexible power plants. And therefore, it is of crucial importance that we look at the market signals for extending the technologies and market signals in order to operate the systems. These market signals, however, have to be perceived by the end users and the power plant operators. And here it's the energy communities that come into play here, because the energy community, what do? I provide an incentive for not only extending the production plants, but for local equilibriums. It makes sense to have storage facilities added to the grid, or the loading of electrical vehicles should also be adapted accordingly. So that's one of the options. And the use case is batteries, electromobility will provide an incentive by the systems. You are all familiar with this graphical illustration. I think it's the very best one we have in this context. Just some comment on the situation prevailing in Germany. In Germany, we only have the orange GEAs, the community generation plants. We have a lot of research in peer-to-peer trade. I'm going to show you some of the slides later on based on peer-to-peer. But nevertheless, I believe that the conclusions we can make should also be valid for energy communities. So what is the finding here with local communities? We saw that the production profiles of wind and PV add on to each other, and with local energy communities, we see the incentive for a load shift and the crucial importance of participating in the energy transition. But I have many users with quite a similar use profile here and a similar production profile, a lot of PV, because hardly ever will I have a wind power plant right next to my building, and normally I don't have local electrolysis to use. And this definitely is a challenge when it comes to what the extent of the load will be. I may adapt. In our research findings, we are currently looking into, which unfortunately haven't been processed enough yet to share with you. We see an interim result. We see an improvement of the communities when we go to that level of having other demand included, commercial operators, smaller industrial plants, larger storage facilities, different production technologies, because load and production will be in much better harmony. With energy communities, and the incentives and the signals I get will be on a much smaller scale, and they may not be suitable for the major systemic incentives I would need. And the question arises in this context when going beyond the local level, will I have a relief of the grid achieved or not? So what other options do I have in order to provide an incentive for local measures, dynamic electricity rates or tariffs? In pink, we see the development of the dynamic stock exchange price here, and I give that price to my clients, and preferably it will do what we see in the lower graph. At the top, you see the normal electricity demand, the traditional one, and then they get the dynamic tariff. The price is a bit higher, then the demand will be lowered, and when the price is lower, it should go up in turn. With the following advantage entailed compared to energy communities, this is a signal coming from the entire market. All production types, all demand types are included, all options being covered, enabling us to participate, and all of that can be implemented very easily. I don't have to gather with other people and connect myself with them. I can swap the provider, looking at the app, what the price looks like, and adapt myself accordingly, saving money. With dynamic electricity tariffs, that's not the case because there is no safeguarding against future developments. In an energy community, I will know that a PV plant was available for this or that price, and that's the production costs we are going to use for the next 20 years. With the dynamic electricity tariffs, we can't use that. What, however, is the case with dynamic electricity tariffs is that here we have fewer incentives when it comes to extending my own production plants. When during noon hours my electricity price will be low, the incentive will be lower to install my own PV plant or to enlarge it. That is the field of tension here. On the one hand, when I'm a tenant, it's much easier to move in such a dynamic electricity tariff system, maybe with 25 neighbors I'm connected with, and it lowers the incentives for certain plants, for storage facilities. It would be an incentive if we could connect it. So that's another option on the private level to increase flexibilities, entailing advantages as well as disadvantages compared to energy communities. And this is another study I wanted to share with you. It looks like peer-to-peer, but it is a very nice illustration to learn more about the cases. What's the impact of energy communities or local peer-to-peer on the exchange of electricity? That is, what's the impact on the usage of the grid? Here we can see the peer-to-peer trade being investigated in small communities as the local trade on the same level as local energy communities. Then it was extended to the regional level. That's the third column. And we are also looking at the national level. All could trade with each other. And the last pillar we may forget. I'm not going to go into any details here, but I didn't want to cut the graphical illustration. You see that the exchanged electricity volume on the local level for these four scenarios. And what is relatively clear is that it goes down a little bit when I start doing local trading. So it's a reduction of 15%. However, it will not change, irrespective of whether the community is based on a local or a regional or a national level. What does it mean the other way around? It means that for my local grid, I can't derive from that the load will be lowered because the exchange will remain unchanged. When we now look at the regional level, on the other hand, we find the same scenarios again. The second column, we have local peer-to-peer trade only. In the third case scenario, we have regional P2P. And the fourth example, national trade, where we can see on the regional level that again, the energy exchange with a local option is not that much reduced. 15% here again, 15% is not nothing, but it's really not a landslide figure here, not half, for instance. With the regional level, however, we see a massive plummeting here. that is being reduced looking at the national level next. So what does that mean for energy communities? As we have learned in other studies as well, the influence on the electricity exchange and the grid load is limited. And we can't derive from these findings that there is a high influence on less grid extension being possible. Well, certainly regional balancing may be useful and important, in particular when we bear in mind any delays in the Extension Act, for instance, then it might be a positive influence, but we can't deduct from that that we don't have to extend the extension grid any further. Why is that so? Normally, it's not done for the operational case, that is heat pumps in standard operation and the volume being used, but it's the worst case interpretation scenario. I'm not normally looking at what I use my heat pump for, like at the top here, but I interpret the case, at least we do that in Germany, and I'll design the grid in such a way that my grid is not going to break down. Put differently, it means when looking at the energy communities, and I can guarantee that the lower case is not going to happen, the extension costs of the grid can't be reduced. What I can do, because I have flexibilities that I can adapt accordingly, will get time to implement the expansion of the network. So in the field of electricity, this is a major challenge in order to tackle the energy transition. The next item, the authors of the study I've just been sharing with you also looked into the volumes regionally and locally being traded. And we see everywhere that the local share remains more or less stable. But when we look at the regional or national trade, if we have that kind of trade, the volumes in the peer-to-peer trade would tremendously increase, and that means that the rest being traded at the exchange would be lowered. The authors concluded that the electricity nevertheless can be bought for the same price. I dare doubt this finding, because what will happen with peer-to-peer trade and many energy communities being involved? This is the electricity price from Germany of last week, the energy charge, as you can see here. And what you can see very nicely in this illustration, and that's the electricity price dated March. The red line is the electricity price of the day ahead auction. In green, you see renewables energy production. And this shows very nicely that the price will be low when I have a high production rate of renewables. And that's the pattern we see all over the year. The higher the green area will be, the lower the electricity price will be. What will happen in case I have many energy communities or local peer-to-peer trade? Normally, I take part of this volume out of the market. I take the renewables out of the market, that volume. When we go back to the regional and national levels, I also take out the wind part. So when we keep thinking along these lines, and I haven't really shown the scientific evidence yet, but when you ponder the system, you learn that favorable producers will be taken out of the market, and the residual electricity volume I will need and I will have to safeguard will be rendered by technologies that are more expensive, looking at the production rates. And when I have energy producers in charge of these 33%, for instance, my own trading volume will considerably be lowered and my risk will go up tremendously, because the fluctuation will have an impact on the prices, and the local energy communities don't provide that much benefit for me. So we would have to look at the details and design the model of pricing, what it will develop like when I take these amounts out of the market. What will the prices be eventually, and what will the impact be on the business model of the energy communities and the local peer-to-peer trade? So how do they go together, this interplay? Because most studies either look at one or the other sides and they don't really look at the recoupling effect here. And here, I don't want to demotivate anyone, but I think it is crucial, something we shouldn't lose sight of, because we want that someone supplies us with the residual electricity amount. We want to be safely using the network, being sure it won't break down, and we can be sure it will also be expanded. And this already brings me to my final conclusions. Local energy communities and energy communities in general, peer-to-peer trade, provide a great many positive aspects. What the previous speakers already mentioned, self-efficacy and participation, what we see, what we can't see in the naked models, which is a tremendous advantage of this setup and something that is particularly important in order to tackle the energy transition. Therefore, we have local incentives for load and production that we can offer, and it's an incentive to make sure that local production and storage facilities be extended in order to manage the energy turnaround. This is a success story in Austria. Success proves you right, I would say. And something that is a bit more specific for Germany is we are slowly rolling out the smart metering system digitization. Certainly, there is some force implied here. The challenges I can see is I don't see any evidence yet that we didn't need more extension of the grid. If you can provide that proof, I'd be very happy to see it. So how can we change loads, for instance, with dynamic tariffs? I'm curious to learn more about how this is going to develop further in future, and I'm very much interested in learning more about the discussion of the details and what will the price be for balancing energy if we take out renewable amounts worth mentioning of the market. And something I haven't mentioned yet, let's say the energy communities have reduced grid tariffs, but the entire costs won't be reduced. Who will pay that difference? So will they be increased for everyone, or will we have to consider some reshuffling? Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Frau Dr. Thompson, Sie sind auch gleich so lieb.
Thank you very much. May I ask you to remain up here on the stage and pick a seat. I'll have the one in the middle, but pick any other seat. I'd like to ask the minister to come back up on the stage, and then I'd like to welcome Alfons Hader, the chair of E-Control, and Gerhard Christina, who is technical chair of the Austrian Power Grid Company. Welcome to this panel discussion. I hope you don't mind. I only put this up in order to keep an eye on our schedule. You know that we have a dense agenda for this day. I'd like to start out with a first round and ask you for a statement. We've heard today already that over 1,000 energy communities were created last year in Austria. The interest in the population of taking responsibility of their energy supply is apparently very big. What do you think are the important building blocks that are still missing, and what role do the energy communities play for the future of our energy supply? That's a very big question. I'll try and give you some additional information and follow up on what Dr. Thompson said. That was really exciting. It showed how we have to carry out a transition while supplying people with energy 24/7. We have currently a centralized system supplying for several thousands of several hundreds of thousands of households and transit to a system supplying a very small number of households. This is a step-by-step transition, and we learn a lot along the way. Of course, we haven't done that. We do not have the experience. We don't have any role models, and all the experience that was mentioned is something that we're dealing with in the individual stages concerning pricing on the European level, what promotion and incentives we need in order to guarantee we have the flexibility we need in an electricity supply system. But very often in Europe, and sometimes also in Austria, we deal so much and so intensively with the big questions that we don't even start out. And the thing with the energy communities is that we just started doing it. And that was an important part of the motivation why we need them, because in all of these areas where we need to create a transition, they give us a push towards renewables, towards participation, a democratization of the energy system, and a push towards a new and different form of thinking about the energy supply system. And that's why I think that the energy communities, participation, and this nucleus of change away from a very strongly regulated market, for a good reason, obviously, that is something really important. We're going to solve the big questions step by step, but in the last 4 years, that's what we did in Austria, to have this renewables expansion law and the new Energy Act that we are working on, a stable incentives system, procedures, integrated grid infrastructure across all the supplies, such as water and gas as well. Where do we need what in Austria? We are moving matters in terms of solar energy panels. That's something that we copied from Germany to some extent. We created many laws addressing the hardware in the energy system. We secured that on a European level, but at the same time, there is a lot that remains to be done, and in those areas, energy communities can play an important role. Surfaces is one important fact. We still have regions in Austria that do not have wind energy plants. We have people dealing with different questions that the biggest communicators in the regions need to speak about the renewables and promote their expansion. We need a different kind of software for the energy system. We have to think in a different manner, and that's where the Electricity Industry Act will play an important role. We're going to deal with that today as well. On the European level, we are still negotiating changes about the internal electricity market regulation, where there is also some work that needs to be done concerning the different parts of energy supplies. That's an important issue for Austria as well. Wherever I look, hardware, software, energy communities always contribute to changes being implemented, and that is why in the ministry we try to create the best possible framework in our system in order to enable and promote energy communities. Flexibility, integration, especially of storage possibilities, these are the big questions that we'll have to answer. I'd like to pass the floor to you, Mr. Haber. maybe you can address what the ministers just said, and also from your own point of view, address the roles of energy communities about climate neutrality. Thank you. I'd also like to welcome everybody. It's an exciting topic. You can see how exciting it is by the number of people present here. When you deal with a new topic, you exchange views. And this is a very important area where we can learn from each other, gain experience, develop things further. And I think that's what's so interesting in the short history of energy communities. What is it about? Where can we learn most quickly? In the diagrams, we saw lines for electricity lines, but what underlines these lines is data, and that's an essential point. That's the point where we want to help. We collect data, assess data, pass data on. This has to work well because this is what the system is built on. I have to understand the system. I have to start understanding it in order to be able to develop it further. Once I have data available and they're secured, I can develop the market further. And that's exactly what it is, integration. New roles are being played, and that's an entirely new way of thinking. 15 years ago, we already spoke about smart grids on a larger level. Energy communities are smart grids on a small level to some extent. And here again, data and information is an essential aspect. We try to be proactive and help the market develop in that way, because many little parts of the puzzle give us a good overview jointly. And that requires an integration of new market participants and make sure that they can participate. These are essential aspects. Another important point is that through the whole system, we gain more information. We have a feedback loop telling me where I can turn the screw in order to help the system develop better, where we can improve it, develop it further. And the use that we've seen, the typical egg-shaped diagrams, I like the one that we've just seen, in order to understand them better, employ them better. And another very important point from my point of view, also for energy communities, is that new accents have to be, new stresses have to be posed. There shouldn't be a restriction, because where we have restrictions, people will accept the system reluctantly if they do. And we have to create an energy market with tariff integration and also grid integration in terms of pricing. You didn't want to address that, but we do have a look at that because we also work towards this new act. And maybe Germany could be a good example for that. We can see that there are many topics here with one aim, that is to develop the system further, continuously, and promote communities. As you've addressed expanding the grid, maybe you could respond to what Dr. Thompson said before and the four speakers. Well, thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I'd like to congratulate everybody who contributed to these energy communities. It is really a success story in Austria, so congratulations on that. From the point of view of a system operator, I think it's important, and Dr. Thompson has given us a good insight into that, is that we look ahead, and the analysis showed that we have to evaluate things for ourselves, and that should be the focus of this event. As an operator, I can't speak for everybody, but I think that from everybody's point of view, very likely, there are two issues that we need to address. We have already taken the first step in terms of energy communities. We're aware of that. But Dr. Thompson has shown that this is now a matter of having an overview of the system as a whole. How can energy communities contribute to the entire system? That's very important. To exaggerate a little, I think it's a relatively simple approach of financial accounting here, but one of the challenges is that all these energy communities make a contribution to the system and make the entire system more functional. The second aspect I'd like to address, and that's very important, is about fairness. Fairness insofar as we can't simply pretend that we build energy communities optimizing ourselves vis-à-vis the rest of the system, but rather we have to have fairness between customers and grid operators and also the regulating authorities. It's really important, Alphonse, you've already addressed it. We all know, and you who are here know, that data and digitalization is one of the big challenges of the functioning of an energy community. We know, as operators, that there are big deficits, especially in the distributing networks. People operating grids are not happy with the quality of the data they receive, the time windows, how quickly they receive them. There is much room for improvement. We need to understand why we're lagging behind here. It's not that the operators don't want that. We are highly digitalized, otherwise the European electricity market wouldn't even work. But we also need a change in the regulating framework. We need a focus showing that digitalization pays off, is worthwhile. Digitalization is very strong in our OPEX regulating system, but we don't earn any money there. And that led to the fact, and I've seen that very often in the meetings of the operators, that we'd like to do things, but very often the owner said, well, if we can't make any money there, if we only get deductions, why should we invest there? And I think that these are things that we need to address in the discussion. I think generally we're moving in the right direction. The pioneers moving ahead here are very, very important. I agree with the minister that we have to walk the walk, and then we will achieve improvements. Thank you very much for this first statement on the framework conditions. It sounds a bit like honey flowing on one of your slides, where there are things that we seem to do well in Austria that don't work so well at this time in Germany. Is this about a lack of the legal framework conditions in Germany? Is there a readiness to do more? I think I can answer that in the affirmative. Currently, we don't have the legal background in order to create energy communities like the ones you have in Austria. We have a model that is a bit complicated and bureaucratic, that is not so attractive in Germany. By comparison, what we do have in Germany is cooperatives that have been about for a while. And in terms of heat, they become active and deal with heat networks, but that isn't the same because I invest in production installations. And looking at the history in Germany, they were always very active, were the pioneers in cooperative wind parks and so on. I would think that there is a readiness and an interest if only we had the legal prerequisites. Partly there are first smaller projects with a smaller grid, but these are really the exceptions these are not elements that we can bring into the main system. These are little projects where we are trying out things, but the number of new buildings built every year is limited. I'd like to come back to expanding the grid. There are many topics that we have to deal with, and it was part of your talk, dealing with costs. But I'd like to come back to you, Mr. Haber. In how far has the e-control in the last 2.5 years dealt with energy communities? Do you regard that as a special task of your institution for working for the future? Thank you. Well, that's an important point. We want to create the framework conditions. We want to be enablers, but also enable an access to the market. The scenarios of implementing, make those as simple as possible. A number of steps have been taken for the implementation to present the market for the new rules. That was an important point that we continue to work on. But on the other hand, in connection with what was said with data availability is very important. Grid operators have as one of their tasks to make data available. That is an essential point. And of course, there are processes that need to be optimized. We want to write the rules in a way that processes are described. How that is done is then a matter for the operator to decide, but availability should be great for all of the market participants, and the system has to guarantee availability, and the data have to be good. So we have to work on that. We have a process underway trying to optimize the situation here. So apart from supporting implementation, we also want to be an enabler for that role. This is what we're working on. And in connection with the new activities, with competition, pricing, possibilities of delivering the remainder of electricity still needed, there are adaptations that we are carrying out. There are individual models here, and we are working on that aspect as well. Nevertheless, in connection with an expansion of the grid, it is essential and connected with the costs that we have a new regulating system. And we, for the distributing operators, we have started and enabled a digitalization campaign for these distributing operators. So we have to be able to guarantee that recognition of performance is made possible by the system. Somebody spoke about this yesterday. We often have people who have more OPEX costs, carried out investments. These are examples where in our regulating system, also for interests and activities, we have to create incentives. And apart from the aspects where we have already set incentives, there are others where we have to do that too, make data available to the grid operators, for instance. And there is a very important urgent word that comes in here. It is the Electricity Industry Act that we need very urgently in order to promote things for the data availability for the grid operators, for expansions of the grid, and for all market participants. And I think that that is really important. I would have liked to have it yesterday rather than today. I don't know when it will be finally passed. Well, so then let's talk about it, as the minister is still with us on the stage. This new Energy Industry Act is in the pipeline. We hope that it will be adopted in June, but in election years, it is never easy to find a consensus. But I think about this act, there is a consensus, And hopefully, party politics will not interfere with its passing. I hope that you can give us some insight into this new act. I had to smile when you said in an election year it is not easy to find a consensus. The number of white hair on my head and wrinkles in my face is due to the difficulty of finding consensus over the past 4 years. But in the last 4 years, we've always finally managed to find a consensus, also for energy communities, for instance. It wasn't something that was automatic for people to jump with joy. We want to have the most ambitious and liberal and committed Energy Community Act in Europe. Not everybody was happy about it. It took a lot of convincing, explaining, dealing with the big questions, what is just in an energy system. I think if we'd asked people in the room here, people who are involved in energy communities, I think they have a different view vis-à-vis other people about energy communities and how they've worked so far. So there are many big questions that still need to be decided, but with people's goodwill, and I think that's how the model started, for a political implementation we've managed. It worked out for many other laws and acts, and Alphonse Haber addressed yesterday evening where we had a debate with the energy spokespeople of all the different parties represented in Parliament. I hope that we will be able to obtain the same agreement for this Energy Industry Act. It will take the 2/3 majority in Parliament in order to pass the law. Why? I described it yesterday. We have many hardware components in our energy system, new power plants, different kinds of power plants, expanding the grid, you name it, but the operating system is still Windows 95, as it were. So we have a very strong system, but it is not really up to today's requirements, and that is why we need this new Energy Industry Act as the new operating system, as it were. We had a lot of support also from the energy spokespeople of the other parties, so that I think we have created a good basis, knowing what the situation has been like for the last 4 years. I know that it's a long and difficult path ahead of us. We have had hundreds of opinions that have to be dealt with, but we have new roles with their rights and duties. How are we going to deal with that? Improve transparency, availability of data, and in particular for the energy communities, this is an important topic, and in particular the rights and of the consumers. That is another important point in the new Energy Industry Act. Just to give you one example, that is the topic of the energy communities, the right to parallel participation. We can't exclude people by a treaty or a contract, an agreement from getting energy supply. So this is one of the important aims of this new act. We need it, the energy industry needs it, energy communities will benefit from it, and in the long run, I think we still simply need an update of our operating system to use that simile again. Amongst all the other things that I still need to do in this legislative period, this is certainly one of the most important ones. Thank you.
Ganz kurz vielleicht, das wäre noch.
Just briefly, to come back to the act here, the period of observing it has past, there were different statements from different organizers. Mr. Haber from E-Control, maybe you can also give us an overview of what it looked like on several levels, but let me share two examples besides the client's rights that should be reinforced by active participation and the pricing. It's also towards more flexibility we want to provide. We need the infrastructure from production to the grids, and how could I better establish them? That is an important aspect we introduced with flexible consumers, but also flexible feeding in. And these are two ideas to make the system more flexible, to integrate more renewable energy. Let me just share one example that might not sound logical at first sight. With PV plants, when I reduce the production by 20–30%, for instance, energetically speaking, that's a low share, about 3% of the annual yield. But looking at the load, up to 40% more facilities can be connected to the grid. The grid can thus be made more efficient, and these were just some experts from our statements concerning the Electricity Industry Act, infrastructure to be enabled on all different levels and making and operating it in the best way possible without reducing the comfort for our users. May I pass on this question to you? The production of the Act is going on. What improvements might you suggest, Christina? I think that is too specific. What is important in this discussion group here? You said what else will be needed. What will be needed subsequently will be a stronger grid. Undoubtedly, you've seen the performance figures that are to be expanded for 100% decarbonization. So you can't really do a lot wrong here. You do have to invest into the grid, pull the right levers, and I'm positive we'll get a good framework for doing that. But what is crucial for you here is we need a more digitized network, a more digitized grid. That is the main aspect that we have to focus on more strongly, because here I see most deficits. And that had been neglected recently, unfortunately, as I already mentioned. We have to make sure to take a coordinated, concerted approach. It's a cost-intense process, as we all know, and we have to standardize it in the best way possible. Partly, we are confronted by the following problem. I'm not in favor of regulations, I have to say, but Alphonse, you know that in our history, unfortunately, there's been not enough regulations, maybe when it comes to digitalization. The network operators were given a lot of liberty here, and every grid operator has their own IT systems. The renewable energy communities have their own systems. The interfaces, unfortunately, don't work. Data transfer fails, and so on and so forth. So we have to make sure to pull in concert here in order to develop standards that benefit each and every one of us, to don't lose any cost advantages. What is going to be decisive, however, because I think the energy community is the second step, as you mentioned. A PV plant with 40 kW I washed my laundry this morning, then I switched on the drying machine a bit later. It's now right in that gap here. My own PV plant will help me, but normally when we return, come back home in the evening, the sun isn't shining anymore. So we have to make sure to start in our own very households, to try to optimize the loads, to shift them maybe. That's one of the first major steps. And here digitalization will come up again. The smart meter I use these days, well, that is not a success story. We need smarter smart meters, way smarter ones, right? You're absolutely right. My Fronius device, for instance, delivers the same data, and that's almost better. This inverter or inverted rectifier here, it's something we have to keep working on. So optimization in our households, dynamic price curves, that's what we still need. We don't have it yet. That's decisive. The smart meter can't operate the customer's interface, which is a real tragedy. It's dreadful. You just have to take stock of that. And the energy community is the next step. Here we have to be very clear. My understanding of an energy community would be that it gets the data in such a time frame that they can bring production and load together, finding the best optimum in order not to come up to the next grid level and the next one. This is what I mean when I say a smart energy community. We're away from that because you don't have the data yet. I fully understand that, and we have to keep working on that. We have been working on that with APG here very, very strongly to provide access to also have a say in the regulatory and the flexibility market. And we can see that drilling hard boards, well, I don't want to name and shame anyone, but it's an extremely difficult way. And embarking on that path together, not naming and shaming anyone, but saying how to solve the deficits jointly, how to improve the system. Well, the network, the grid has to be extended, but we want to make sure that every household has fun participating in this scheme, and that is my contribution, ensuring that. As you've put it like that, it's also about defining targets, what objectives to try to attain. When it comes to the figures, I think you looked at Ms. Dvorak's face here. You're going to determine and define them. Unfortunately, time's fleeting, but I would like to use the remaining time to get statements from you. We can see many here in the room. You already operate an energy community who've rendered painful pioneering work here, as we have learned in many talks today. The success might be explained by the fact that these systems start working successfully, that we learn from the neighbor. It's working well, and you also want to copy that. So what messages would you like to convey to all those listening to us here today with the ambition to also embark on that path, to jump on the bandwagon? What words would you like to share with them? Mr. Christina, you were fully emotional. Maybe we continue with you. Well, I think I've almost said it all. But let me perhaps add, yes, the energy community entails a great potential as I see it, and it has to be seized. Unfortunately, we've only tapped it to a very small extent yet. I want to go out into the communities to take people by their hands and lead them there, because we have to show them how to move the energy system that will be beneficial to all of us, saving costs, embarking on that journey together, jointly, in the sense of sharing the loads in a fair way. If someone feels they are being treated in an unfair way, well, I do understand, Madam Minister, that that is an issue, but people also want to earn money. The energy communities, at least, don't want to be those losing. So there has to be some added value. If that is assured, I think it will continue being more dynamically. May I continue with you, Ms. Thompson? Maybe I'm playing the devil right now, because you said it's important that the electricity doesn't come to the level from a systemic point of view. I must say, I'd like to not only make sure that we have local PV production brought into an equilibrium, but when I have a lot of wind production share, it's a timely signal I should always put the focus on, because we have that surplus which has to be buffered in some way. And the local energy communities, I think, are very appropriate to bring about that local PV equilibrium and not lose sight of the local energy communities' ideas to create some added value. And maybe it's a combination of different factors, dynamic electricity tariffs, which will be required. And when it comes to fairness, you've been alluding, it was a lot about grid expansion in the discussion. What I've been lacking is the question of what's the role of my energy supplier as a residual electricity provider or supplier. What about the loads? Are they involved here in order not to work against each other, but look at the development in the wholesale market, for instance? Who is in the role of delivering the residual electricity here to see themselves in a new role maybe, and to also provide the incentives for the other flexibilities we will need that may not be entailed in the energy community are not lost sight of, because we need them as well as what is happening in the energy community. If I've understood you correctly, it's not competitive thinking we want to see rising. Energy communities, I think, when it comes to the efficacy, the enthusiasm, passion, implementation locally, they are a success model. That's what I was referring to. Success proves them right, but we should not lose sight of the rest here of uncoupling ourselves from the energy supplier, because when I'm running out of electricity in the energy community, I nevertheless want to do my laundry. At least I would like to be able to use my washing machine. I think we are all in the same boat, and we're coming back to the energy community you've been talking about before, playing an important role here. Mr. Haber, may I turn to you for some final concluding words? It's already been addressed. Digitization definitely is a crucial item, standardization as well, flexible tariffs in many ways. And the message I'd like to share, at least I'd like to convey my thanks, because in the last few years we cooperated with each other on various levels, including ministries, grid operators. We learned a great many lessons. It's important to say a big thank you, because only cooperating will be able to improve the system. And a final statement, there are many challenges ahead. We have to do a lot. We have to work a lot. But the advantage of energy communities include getting a better insight into the system, increasing the acceptance for the infrastructure and for what I need, grids, all the way to replacement suppliers, for instance, with various technologies applied like PV for the energy to be produced. So a buzzword, more insight, will lead to better acceptance. That's crucial. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I may hand over to Madam Minister for some final remarks. Just briefly, because in the discussion, I was thinking of a former federal chancellor of Austria who has been quoted wrongly, unfortunately, saying everything is very complicated. Well, he's right. It is complicated, and with the emotional talk about the digitization by Gerhard Christina, I was thinking of my appointment with the e-economy for smart meters. Well, emotions were a bit different compared to our panel discussion here. It's all very complicated indeed, but what's so great about the situation we are in right now, with all of these major question marks, with the questions to find an answer to find solutions for jointly, we are designing the future together. And what better might happen to us but puzzling our heads, investing a lot of work, thoughts, commitment, experience, thinking about how to come up with renewable, green, cost-efficient energy systems for each and everyone. There will be new roles to play. The residual electricity discussion is exactly what you've been hinting at. We need new roles, new business models, new ways of thinking on different levels. In the economy as well, we'll have to learn our lessons together. There is no blueprint for what we are doing. In some areas, we deliver a blueprint, but we keep developing a lot together. The task I can see when it comes to the energy communities, I do know there are many, many topics we've only been talking about briefly. You are going to deal with more this day. Data quality, why are things so complicated? What can we simplify? All of these questions are those we are tackling. I see the main task with the ministry when it comes to our acts, the legal background and the passion for the topic definitely has to be supported. Because one of the major contributions you may render is raising the acceptance, enthusiasm, understanding, passion for people to embark on that energy transition path. And if in a pub, people no longer first talk about what is your horsepower of your new car, but when people start talking about, well, you know, my PV plant renders so and so much, and my dryer has already been programmed to work in the right time frame, and you, as the energy community users, say we do it in a much smarter way together. We've achieved so much for that restructuring. So a big thank you out of my heart. Thank you very much for embarking on that path together with us. We are trying to get as many hurdles out of the way to come up with a fair way into the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we would like to give you an opportunity to maybe raise the one or the other question to our panelists. I can see Maya walking around with a revolving mic, and there should also be one more colleague. Yes, in the back of the room. So now this is your opportunity to raise questions to our speakers. Maya, could you please bring the microphone? My name is Christian Warenka. I'm the chairman of the Energy Turnaround in Transfelden. We've also put in a statement for the new Electricity Industry Act, and when you talked about what is necessary to improve the situation, I've been pursuing eagerly. I think one of the most important bullet points for the energy communities to work even more efficiently in future will be the different storage systems for quarters. And what we are going to see in terms of storage facilities will have to be enshrined in the Electricity Industry Act. Unfortunately, storage systems are still regulated at various levels there, and that's not the best possible situation. I even think it's counterproductive. And one of the most important storage facilities are storage devices on 4 wheels. We are just establishing the largest battery in our cars in Europe. And still, even though technically it's already feasible, we don't get back the energy from the cars. There are tax and legal issues entailed, but we are just putting further hurdles into our path that's unnecessary and counterproductive. When we are able to solve these issues, I think we'll be much better off keeping energy on a regional level and therefore relieving the grids. And another important aspect, storage facilities should not be required to pay levies here for getting energy in or out, but actually they should get these fees and not have to pay them, so the other way around. Anybody else who would like to provide a reply? There was no real question, if I'm correct, right? Okay. So thank you very much for your statement, and let's just continue with the next speaker. Matthias Nadrak, NX Company. A question to Ms. Thompson, because we've already looked at the forecast for 2045. Summing up research in the last 20 years, what the research institutions you've been mentioning in your studies, what, for instance, did they say in 2005 about the energy system of today? And to what extent would you say the political decision makers have been guided by these statements back then? I'd have to tell you what my age is and that I don't know what 2005 happened, but we do see a lot of change in the political environment. And how to interpret these studies? Well, how would we have to restructure the energy system to reach the target of climate protection? And what screws would I have to turn in my regulatory landscape, in my market? What subsidizing potential is there? What should I use less or more in order to attain that target? And to learn whether what I have is correct, whether it helps me reach a goal. Your question has been along the lines of, wouldn't the problem solve itself because we change such a lot? Actually, with all of these discussions and the research, we provide a basis for discussions to be held about the future, not only entailing we want to take any approach to be climate neutral, but we could see different kinds of worlds that we fortify with figures and numbers. We want to be climate neutral, or would we rather say, provided we want to achieve the target, we will need 400 gigawatt PV and only 300 as a next step, and then let's see how to get on track, because this more or less is the range to abide by. And the research serves making this vision of the future visible and deriving political decisions therefrom to learn where we have to take action. And I do hope that things are going to change until 2045, and that's why I'm sitting here on the panel. Thank you very much. There is another question, Clara Simon from the Climate Model Regions. I'd like to turn to the experts, learning more about what the costs will be in 2045, 2030. What would you say is the energy price going to be, independent of who the providers are? We talk about cheaper and cheaper and cheaper of the renewables with all of the challenges entailed. What do you think is the price going to be in the next 20, 25 years? Well, let me give you an answer. What the price will be for electricity, provided the renewables, wind and sun, will be used, we've seen that prices then are going to drop. We see it that during noon hours, the prices are very low when the sun is shining. What it will compensate is the question of the investment costs again. Ms. Thompson, I think, showed it very nicely. We need more storage facilities, we need more grids, we need digitization, and maybe we will also need some backup power plants. And these costs are not negligible. We have to see that very clearly. Expanding the grid is expensive, and the same holds true for the storage facilities. The product electricity is going to be less expensive, but the system integration costs in the next 10, 20 years definitely are going to be on a very high level. But then in the long run, it's undoubtedly the right way to focus on 100% renewables. Otherwise, we are still sending our money abroad. One more sentence. We know the merit order curve. It's hotly debated with a great many opinions prevailing, but this is a characteristic for the fact why energy prices with feeding in is going down. And second, we are working on the tariff landscape with increasing investments, making sure that we embark on a good pricing focus. When someone utilizes the grids extensively, not behaving in the right way, when they want to load or charge their cars very quickly with 50 kilowatts, technically speaking, it's very restricted, I know, but then in future, these people should pay more. It should not only be an energetic dependence of the household tariffs, but there should also be some performance relatedness here, and this is what we are working on. We have tariffs 2.0 right now, parts we're going to learn more about today in the course of our meeting, but we have to focus on finding solutions. Thank you very much. One more question, and then maybe one more to follow. Otherwise, we're going to run out of time. Thank you very much. I'm from Slovenia, the Slovenian Regulatory Authority, and I'd also like to ask a question to Dr. Thompson. You talked about the importance of the trade on regional level. Could you explain us what the region is and what is the best region, the best location? What would a format of a region be? What do you refer to as regional and local? The countries in Europe are all very different. Thank you. A very good question. May I give you the German answer? Yes? With what I've shown you, local is defined as it is defined in Austria with the energy communities. I'm in the local network, the local grid, or 30 kV, if I'm not mistaken here, as a definition. Locally means the section of a grid, regionally the medium voltage grid. One final or concluding question, maybe? My name is Honicek from the energy platform Schwammkraft. Madam Minister, major question. Today we have energy communities here in the room. When I look at the non-profit construction organizations, 150 corporations, 75 companies with limited liability, with almost 1 million apartments managed. Why? As we have 95% of the Heat Act represented in this context, why can't the refurbishment of old buildings, of major buildings, of corporations, of housing, not be politically commissioned to do something for Austria? Let's get active. It will take decades until we change the heating systems. It will take decades until we have the new grids. And we have to make sure that the tenants, several millions, be requested to embark on that political path. We just keep rendering lip service, but we have to look into the future for the sake of our children and grandchildren. It's a gigantic potential for so-called energy corporations. Why don't we do it? We always have the issue of the individual provinces fighting each other, everyone needing their specialties. We need your help. Please look into the future. I think that's a good motto. I'm always lifted when I attend such meetings here. I spend a lot of my time discussing what's not working, explaining to people what's not working, and now it's people always being passionate about saying it is possible. And this approach helps us develop the creativity as to how it may work. It's really super motivating for me to experience such events. Let me come back to the storage systems, and then I would also like to talk about the housing corporations and the non-profit builders. There's one topic that combines the two of them, that is the EU law. And I'm saying that as a convinced European, intensely fighting for coming up with good regulations on the European level. But Alfons Haber will agree and explain it in all facets. We have an energy system that is very complex, European, that has to communicate amongst each other in Europe, and we have strict rules and regulations, directives for everything to ensure fairness, a competitive landscape, the security of supply. To be sitting here in Austria saying we have one of the safest electricity systems of the world. Unfortunately, this entails a body of regulations, a regulatory system that has to be further developed, but that sometimes pose limits when we talk about the corporations in particular, because the EU law says that big companies, big enterprises, big organizations, as well as profit-oriented companies are not to set up any corporations. No, energy communities, the speaker corrects herself, because the system was thought of differently, a participative local approach as we defined them for people and not for big companies. In our directive for electricity, we have a new possibility for larger organizations not exactly to do the same, not setting up energy communities, but sharing electricity. And that's going to be an accelerator to tell the bigger group, here there is potential to seize, do something, get active. Because they, besides a lot that's also valid that you mentioned, but sometimes there are legal questions coming up. When it comes to the storage facilities, it's a similar topic. When it comes to the costs, we have a very tight and narrow scope when it comes to the European legislation. Hans Felten, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the electricity industry community. One of the most important topics when it comes to our Electricity Industry Act. And the second topic you raised, the bi-directional charging. Here we are looking to Germany in particular because Robert Habeck is working on that, making sure we make further progress, not focusing on theory, but putting things into action. Here, there is still more work to be done. You are not getting tired of repeating what the problems in our practical lives are. We can't say here on the panel we are going to implement everything 100%, but we can promise to make a big effort, giving our utmost in order to make sure that everything is working out nicely for the energy communities. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Haber, Mr. Christina, and Ms. Thompson. Great to have you here on the stage. Thank you very much for the interesting discussion. A big thank you to each and every one of you.
Nutzen.
I'd like to use this opportunity of leading you over to our three keynote talks. We will hear about the role of energy communities and other actors and players on the electricity market, and Judith Nayer, head of the Department of Strategic Energy Policy at the Ministry of Climate Protection, will talk about this. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very glad to be able to be here. I will want to be very brief. Nevertheless, I will add 30 seconds to what I'm planning to say, because I don't know many of you. And as the name implies, we are dealing with the large strategic areas that we are dealing with. This is infrastructure planning, grid infrastructure that we are dealing with in our department. And the key element, hydrogen, but also other green gases that our department deals with. But what is really of central importance for you today and for us is the new actors and players in energy communities that you are all part of. So this is my presentation. And another brief word before I start my talk. The wonderful thing about this event that is so full of interesting elements anyway is that it started out with such an interesting keynote address by Dr. Thompson, and what we who have shorter talks to give have to do is say something interesting without being redundant. That too is a challenge, so that keeps us on our toes as speakers. Let's see whether we manage. I'd like to explain something to you, and I'll start out with something that you may be aware of. First of all, why are energy communities so important to us? Why do we want to go along with you in this respect? Why do we want you to go along with us on this path that is not always an easy one? Let's start out by giving you a framework in terms of figures and numbers that you are aware of, but nevertheless, I'd like to pick some things apart here on elements that we need to discuss further. We want to be climate neutral by 2040. This is the goal of the Austrian federal government. The EU has set itself the aim of reaching climate neutrality by 2050, but I think the EU will remain flexible and move this a bit closer in order not to waste any time. With respect to electricity, we want to achieve that earlier, and this is where you come in as important supporters and participants. We want to have 100% electricity supply from renewables by 2030. As you see, we're on the right path there, also in European comparison, but we know that much of this success was started out decades ago that we're building on here. But what's important is to understand that challenge remains important because electricity needs will remain high because we electrify more and more, we burn ever more energy. To be very straightforward here, we are trying to save energy, and nevertheless, we will need more electricity, and that's simply the more effective way of using energy. But also in terms of heat, we have to change over towards renewables, especially as far as gas is concerned. I might have motivated you if I had shown that in detail. We are much further away from our goal here. But here too, we have to be flexible and make sure that we achieve our goals there too. Now, remaining with electricity, this is another diagram you already know. These are our needs for further expanding energy supplies, where we want to be fully reliant on renewables very soon. Here we have the different production technologies depicted. Energy communities have already been laid down in law. And part of the aim here, especially regarding solar energy, energy communities play an important role also in small hydroelectric power plants, but it's very important to have a clever portfolio put together in a sensible way. These are the goals we set ourselves. This is the aim now. And anybody who's listened to the head of our section, Schneider, last year, carefully, who showed this slide then, he said this will not be enough. So 27 terawatt hours is simply not enough by 2030. Why? Because, as I've already said, we will need more hydrogen in order to decarbonize the entire system. And that is why I want to show you a new slide where you see that more is possible for the integrated grid infrastructure planning. The acronym is ONIP that you see here for all of Austria. We have tried to show what it is we want to reach. What we can see here is electricity, and you can see the different potentials. They are greater than the aims that we've set ourselves, and we want to do as much as possible in a portfolio that is well structured. That renewable communities play an important role here is something that is well known, I believe, but and I'll deal with this topic in greater detail. Of course, renewables production by renewables is only one building block of the system, because what we have to keep in sight and in mind is zero emissions, and that in very limited period of time. Zero emissions means something completely different for an energy system than what we have learned so far. A little less CO2 and more renewables, or a lot more a CO2 reduction and a renewable increase. But that means something completely different than how this system is to come about. And the impressive thing in terms of expanding renewables and cost reduction in energy, electricity production, is that things move ahead very quickly. And I think we've got to a point where the individual parts of the puzzle fit together, and we achieve our goals. And this is what I tried to depict in this slide. In an interconnective system, what are the most important building blocks? We can cluster things differently here, but I've simply chosen these key words. We have spoken about grids. In our ministry, we discussed an integrated planning for super-regional grids for water and hydrogen. And I can confirm here that in particular in electricity production, we see an increasing need for transporting energy, moving away from fossils like methane to hydrogen. And in electricity, the question is in how far we can rely on the hope that there'll be more flexibility and multifold contributions to the energy turnaround. And in the planning for 2020, we see that 2030, we see how much we need in terms of further infrastructure expansion, flexibility, intelligent systems, smart systems, and how much that releases the pressure on the grid expansion. So that's very important for our plan for 2040. Then the turnaround in energy, because all of you are experts here, I think it's very important that we understand that it's in efficiency first. We have discussed renewables. This is connected to expanding the network, flexibility and storage will be discussed in detail today. This is an important issue for us, not only in terms of days and weekly stabilizations of the system, but also in simply changing the system towards a long-term seasonal equalization. Acceptance and a more democratic system. You know that we haven't achieved everything we wanted to. There are a number of reasons for that, but one thing is that we still have to promote renewables and the acceptance of renewables. We have to run the narratives correctly here. This too is an important building block. And finally, data and digitalization. These have also been addressed, and all of these are areas where we want to remain active, that all have to fit together in order to manage the turnaround. In order to achieve all of this, we also need the legal parts of the puzzle that I haven't put onto the slide here, but this is something that we will be dealing with as well. Now, why have I put the focus on the individual parts of the puzzle? Well, because I believe, and I'm convinced, following what I heard this morning, that these energy systems, a lot be contributed by the energy communities, not only immediately, but also directly, and participation and shaping is something that the energy communities can help do. It creates competence, acceptance, convince more people of the value of renewables, why they aren't as bad as people sometimes think. And you're very important multipliers here, not only for the renewables and renewable production, but also other infrastructures that are connected to this, whether there's visible like lines or the small invisible ones like smart meters. Insofar, you contribute to this scaling hardware and software, have a resilient system that is efficient, it serves the system, and we'll see what the concrete shaping of the market design will look like. For that, it's very important to just keep up the dialogue, and I think the ministers said it before, and she was more eloquent than I am at this time. We're doing something new every day. We don't simply do the usual things, but we test new things, we try out new things. Things that might be counterintuitive that we didn't count with, we try to decide how we can develop them further. And this is a central question for which we have to remain in the loop with you. And the last point is the question how far energy communities really contribute to releasing the burden on the grids. And for me, this isn't really the central issue, but rather that we gain time, gain security, and remain resilient. This is not a matter, of course, in the turnaround. We will be working on changing the system intensively, but we should have started more years ago than we actually did. So the second best point in time is now, and this is what we're trying to achieve. Very briefly on an outlook for what will be possible in future. From now on, this is about scaling up the existing contributions that we've discussed, and I'm interested to see what will come out in the end in terms of figures, but this is certainly one of the focus points. Another one is that further market roles should be open to energy communities. Here too, scaling up should be possible, and Austria should keep its pioneering role in Europe. The question is whether energy communities will go on from the producer role towards that of suppliers. Are the framework conditions there that are connected to rights and duties of suppliers? This is something that is to do with smart meters and the financial systems, and all of that will have to be also reflected in the new Energy Industry Act. E-Friends, cooperatives, residual electricity suppliers, all of these are important points. Aggregators are another important role where we have to see the interfaces, the active energy management in communities, and how it has to be implemented. Here again, many small steps will help create a safe system. What is necessary for the new roles to be dealt with as well? This is something I don't need to explain in detail because Alfons Haber and Gerhard Christina already discussed this. We need no longer plead for good and reliable data, the calculation interface with the customer, and so on. All of these are extremely important enablers in the current situation. It is clear that we have to move forward, and without data protection, of course, cybersecurity has to. It will not be possible to guarantee cybersecurity. And the big challenge following today's discussion is that everybody is ready to roll up their sleeves and get working on this new system. There is especially one new actor playing a good old role well known to all of us, that is played by the grid operator. But here we have a new role for them, and that is being a platform for data exchange, a data broker. We have 130 grid operators in Austria of very different sizes. Some of them are represented here. They have very different tools available to them. You'll be facing something very important, that is being a central player in the measuring of electricity consumption. I think what's really important here is to have to understand that this will not work without any problem from day one onwards. I think that would be expecting too much. There should be room for learning. That shouldn't be an excuse, of course, but I think everybody should be trying out things and see how we can create a common system that is efficient, works well, and takes us to the future. And with that, I would like to end. And although there are some technical and legal parts of the puzzle that are still missing, I think I can already thank you for your contributions to this big project, the energy communities that have been about for 2 years now, for the role that you're playing, also for the grid operators, for your contributions to the turnaround in our energy supply. Thank you very much.
Anna, ich bitte Sie noch ganz kurz bei uns.
Please stay with us, because should there be any questions from the audience, we'd like to take them along right now.
Aufklärung gesorgt.
Ich hatte gute Vorarbeit.
Well, you did a brilliant job. No questions, no further inquiries. So thank you very much, and we are going to continue with the next impulse presentation. We already heard a lot today about the new Electricity Industry Act, bringing about a great many changes for energy communities as well. What the impact might be according to e-control, I may now ask the Deputy Head of the Department for Tariffs from the e-control, Ms. Karin Emberger. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I hope you're all enjoying the morning. This morning we already heard a great many interesting things. We learned more about systemic approaches, and in this presentation now I'm going to focus on the electricity grid solely. This presentation is to provide you with an overview of what the future design of grid tariffs might look like and what opportunities are entailed for you as the operator of an energy community. First of all, I'd like to come back to the challenges in the field of electricity. Afterwards, I'm going to focus briefly on what regulations we already have these days for renewable energy communities. Currently, concerning the tariffs, there are only regulations for renewable energy communities available. And on the next slide, you can see the third item, already taking a glance into the future, a journey I'd like to take you on board for. What are the opportunities when we determine what the tariffs are going to look like in future? I'd like to show the next slide. Looking at the challenges ahead. The tariffs recently have been a lot on the media, in particular when it comes to the erection, the maintenance, and also for the extension of the electricity grid. and the costs of the operators, and at the end of the day, the eventual tariff is determined by E-Control. The amount of the grid tariffs depends on two factors. First, on the costs of the grid operators, and second, on the amount provided by the public grid. So the tariff would tend to increase provided the costs are going to remain unchanged should there be less energy used. And that was the case in the last 2 years. 2022, there was an amount reduction of 2.2%, and 2023, another 5.3%. In general, we may say that this trend is going to continue until it's going to reverse. And besides the amount reductions, we are confronted with clear increasing costs. And first and foremost, due to the massive investments into our grid, massive and necessary investments into our electricity grid in order to turn it or transform it into a renewable grid. On the right-hand side, you see a graph of the investments made so far and those planned, and the transfer from the operators. We are talking about an investment volume of 1.5 to 2 billion euros annually. Compared to these figures, for many years up to 2030 and the years 2013 and the years afterwards, there was less than 1 billion investment volume. So we are talking about a doubling of the amount. The increase, on the one hand, goes back to the innovation cycle. We have an old grid. Many grids have to be renewed, but it's also due to the integration of the renewable energy into our electricity grid. Besides the investments, however, in the last 2 years, we've been faced with other cost-increasing effects. One more thing, still the ongoing inflation that had a major contribution. Let me summarize the situation. We have the massive cost increases in our grid on the one hand, and on the other hand, we see more striving for autarky on the side of the clients. We see an increased own share we use and efficiency measures launched. Well, the participation is lowered when it comes to the grid operational costs, and therefore the tariffs are going to further increase. So from our perspective, therefore, it's important to quickly come up with a tariff structure to counteract the proceedings here. This slide for many years has been our advertising slide. In the last few years, it's not been working out that nicely anymore, unfortunately. Here you can see the tariff development since the beginning of the liberalization. In the first years, we saw clear cost reductions. This is the monopoly yields that had been covered, and savings of up to 500 million euros annually were therefore affected with our tariffs. Afterwards, long-term regulatory models were focused on. We have an incentive regulation, and the orange columns show the beginning of a regulatory period with detailed scrutinizing audits, and here we could achieve further reductions. Then we see the first outlier in 2016, grid loss proceedings for in-feeding participants. Then we had the EPV, for instance, and since 2020, we've continuously seen increasing grid costs, driven by the volumes, on the other hand, by the investments. And this trend most probably is not going to change in the next few years. What measures have been launched in order to implement renewable energy communities to make the process easier. What's the economic advantages? On the one hand, we have the case of the renewable subsidizing amount. Then we have the reduced grid tariffs. The Regulatory Commission in 2021 amended the Act, introducing the local tariff, and participants of a local energy community will get more favorable tariffs for the electricity they use. This holds true for the local community with a reduction of 57%, and for the regional energy community going to low voltage, it's a reduction of 28%, and medium voltage, it's 64% reduction of tariffs. There have been discussions on the local grid tariff, and together with the Regulatory Commission, we decided to have the same tariffs between the various provinces here. We wanted to make sure that for all grid sections we provide the same prerequisites. E-control should be ready already. I assume it's going to be today or tomorrow that they will provide an analysis of costs and benefits. We are legally obliged to provide it until the end of the first quarter and publish it. I may add a spoiler. The timing of the evaluation of the cost-benefit analysis until the mid of last year, the number of energy communities was relatively easy to look at, even though we hear that now we have more than 1,000 energy communities. So the number's been rising since the middle of last year. And what Ms. Thompson alluded to and what we've heard a couple of times today is confirmed by our analysis, learning that energy communities don't have any tangible impact of a relief of the grid yet. The own supply degree within the communities amounted to 15 to 30% more or less. And with the backfeeding of the produced energy, there was not a lot of data we've gathered, but where we do have individual feedback made us learn that it was 45 to 65% of the energy fed back. The rest will be used in the energy community itself. Nevertheless, as e-control, we do see the local grid tariff as an incentive to use the energy available locally, and subsequently the grid will not be loaded by bringing out the excess, thus also reducing peaks. And therefore the local tariff, as currently regulated, is going to be maintained without any change intended to be performed. That's the cost-benefit analysis, as it may be interesting for you. As for the details, you are kindly requested to go to our homepage to learn more about the details. I have to go back one slide, turning back to the regulatory measures we've been planning. We've already heard it a couple of times today, but I would also like to focus on this topic. The grid operators recently have been rolling out the smart metering system with a certain delay, but it's going to be finalized by the end of this year. Our measuring system, unfortunately, is anything but smart. To be honest, the majority of the smart meters doesn't meter more than a conventional counter. And where we have a quarter of an hour measurement, the data transfer, unfortunately, is not satisfactorily effected. I think many of you know what I'm hinting at. And this is why we, as e-control, and Dr. Alfons Haber has already mentioned it in his presentation, and we're not getting tired of repeating it, because we are in favor of a well-functioning gathering and transfer of the 15 minutes values, and we are in favor of making sure that the quarter of an hour settings are the standard for our smart meters. Only thus the data can be used for our planning purposes, and only thus will we in future start reforming the tariff systems, because hence the grid operators will better understand their situation in the low voltage grids, and failures will be noticed much more easily and earlier. So we are requested in e-control with fixing the tariffs to offer flexibility options for clients who want to actively see that, because only this way will we liberate capacities in our electricity grid to either prevent the expansion of the grid or postpone it a little bit, which would already be helpful. And we have to ensure that the grid clients have their share in the costs, because we do see the danger lurking that there might be groups of clients who at any time and everywhere have their grid available, but due to the tariff structures in place right now, they hardly participate in the grid costs, and the other clients will therefore have to pay for the additional fees. So how can we manage this situation? First, we have to focus on performance more, up to grid level 7 to the low voltage levels down, with a parameter to use for the billing. And as we introduce a tariff that can be interrupted, not a tariff that switches off as at times agreed on before in a contract, but an interruptible tariff that is being interrupted whenever the grid needs this interruption. And third, and I think this presumably is going to be more widely used, the so-called controllable tariff. Other than with the interruptible tariff, it's not a full interruption, but a certain restriction is posed on some basic load. All three options that I've been mentioning would be compatible with the draft that's currently being scrutinized, the draft of the Electricity Industry Act. Don't worry, e-control wouldn't suppose that every grid client will provide their flexibilities to the grid operators. We believe that the majority of the grid clients are going to remain grid clients who have a reliable grid at their disposal, but who will then also have to cover the costs for operating the grid. But we also see that you, as a participant within an energy community, would enjoy certain advantages with the controllable tariff, for instance, because already do you know your 15 minutes values, your individual load peaks, your production and consumption patterns. And when the grid operator then requires certain flexibility at certain times, and you as a client can provide them to the operator, you hopefully in future, together with the grid operator, will determine your fixed performance. 2 or 3 kilowatts you always have at your disposal, and for that you have to pay the regulatory price tariff. And there's the restricted use. The grid operator may reduce it accordingly if needed, and you determine a limit. Should it be 2 to 6 kWs, the grid operator might restrict if required. And for that service, you'll pay the less expensive price, and then we have the contractually agreed on limits that might not be exceeded, making sure that the operator may do the planning according to the billing as well. And some other consideration, we have been having an e-control, that's the slide with the major disclaimer, because these are just ideas, some thoughts that we believe to be worthwhile following up on the collective billing. When we focus on the grid needs controllable production and consumption units in order to shift loads 2 hours when we don't produce any peaks. And energy communities, due to their structures, may render a major contribution. You have the production units, you have the usage units that very often are controllable and flexible, and you may also have some storage capacities. When we succeed in providing an incentive when it comes to the tariffs that you as a collective in the energy community jointly try to reduce your loads, to smoothen your peaks of loads, it would be positive for the system. And you find that term already in the expertise draft for the operation according to the system. The draft also foresees benefits and reductions of tariffs. We can imagine that we then have a billing of the performance, and if you, according to a targeted management system, all participants of the energy community will benefit from doing so. Here again, we need to do some further thinking as to how to implement everything in detail, but that's some thought we believe might be a sound basis to start from in future. So what's the future going to hold for us? What about the grid tariffs? Well, that actually depends on a great many different factors. It depends on electrification of so far fossil applications. It depends on the electricity needed, the consumption patterns and their development, whether investments are being effected the way they've been planned, and it depends on whether we'll put a stronger focus on the tariff component, also on the level of individual households. Otherwise, we as e-control see a couple of problems here. Should there not be any incentive launched to reduce the load peaks, there will be more investments to be effected than originally planned, and then it won't be a fair situation in future. Due to the Electricity Industry Act, we can enshrine good concepts, and energy communities, as we believe, will be able to facilitate the situation and provide a clear use for the community by avoiding load peaks. Energy communities, the role of energy communities in future, according to e-control, is that we already pre-aggregate the facilities and then it's handed over to an economic aggregator for the collective billing of energy used. Well, the future is going to be very interesting. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Das habe ich erst zu spät erkannt.
Ach so.
Tut mir leid.
Dann darf ich auch hier an dieser Stelle das Angebot machen, Fragen zu stellen. Da
I'd like to
wir noch gerne.
One question in the back I can see before we start our next presentation. Hello, thank you very much for your great presentation. My name is Jakob Winger from Neon Company, Upper Austrian electricity storage provider, and I also use energy communities. A question of flexible tariffs has been going on. There is the tariff 2.1 since 2020, if I'm not mistaken, and now we have the targets of energy communities to provide incentives according to these lines. What's the time frame you have in mind here concerning the legal framework and that everything's being rolled out into the invoices? Let me start with a best case. Let's say that our Electricity Industry Act is going to be scrutinized this year, so we expect that tariffs 2.1, the performance metering, and the tariff concepts will be started as of the 1st of January 2026. It won't be earlier, we are afraid. For the calculations, for our math, for tariffs, we need data. We won't get them too quickly. We are getting them now with the rollout of the smart meters. So When we take the next year for doing our homework, doing our math, we believe that as of the 1st of January 2026, we'll be able to implement everything in a decree in the best of cases. I think over there's also be a raised hand. Maya, please bring the microphone to the gentleman. Franz Koch, Ecostrom, Salzburg. We've already got a couple of statements that the smart meters rolled out in Austria not really are smart. However, they have a smart device, that's the customer interface. We know that many real-time control systems that are already used these days, colleagues have already talked about, are going to close the gap. Would you know of the fact that dissipation grid providers have a strategy in Austria making sure that they use an intelligent device using the smart meters, turning the smart meters into really smart devices for the client's interfaces? I think within your tariff policy, this might be a missing link with a yield of 2% of the investment costs. The price might even be reduced with a higher number of units. Well, the figures are much higher than as you may read on our homepage. Well, that's not really the topic I would be an expert in, but let me hand over to Mr. Haber, please, to provide you with a reply, still sitting in a first row. Thank you very much. This interface is available. So the interface is available with the grid operators. They developed a module. It can also be bought. And besides that, there's a third supplier offering this service because it's important to optimize everything within the system, making sure that the new tariff system be transformed. But as for the details, I think it's up to my colleague to share them with you. Just stay up on stage for a short moment. I think there are two more questions. Have you already got a microphone? No? Well, no. Let's continue here. We are going to answer both questions anyway. My name is Lenotti. As a consumer with the Vienna grid, I try to make a selection just to display the situation. A crippled firmware was put onto the meter. The interface is twisted according to the ISO standard. Looking into the parameters of the metering devices, all grid operators should be obliged to be fully transparent with the data interface, either at the infrared interface or at the M-Bus interface. There's no way around that because otherwise it won't be purposeful for the grid. As Mr. Christina said, then they would know more about from the inverter than from the smart metering system. That's just a comment. You are absolutely right. It's already been referred to today. There is 120 grid operators, many of whom have gone for their own solution, which not always is satisfactory. We see that we have to establish new processes, and old processes will have to be adapted accordingly. And therefore, we have a draft provided as an expertise to bundle the data in order not to have 120 separate solutions, but one center may be doing it for the grid operators, and the grid operators therefore could really focus on their traditional activities, and that would also mean a major demand amongst the grid operators, which is quite clear. We've already heard that. These are tasks we haven't seen in the past. We have a similar understanding. We need to find solutions that are uniform for all grid operators, and it would be the best solution if that communication was bundled at one center. Anything else to add? No? So there is one last question we'd like to pick up.
Ich verstehe Sie vollkommen, aber ich habe mein Sprachvokabular nicht. I'm working for a Croatian company called Grid One. We are a technology provider for energy communities. We have built a platform for real-time energy sharing for energy communities, and we're having the same issues that you're having. The data exchange from the smart meters is quite not reliable. And we have developed, as you have said, a third-party device, which is a low-budget device costing maybe 10, 20 euros. And we had a directive last year, a European directive, which is saying that the DSO, the Netzwerkbetreiber, he has to provide data in real time for end consumers. So this is something that the DSOs will have to enable in some way. And if it is not standardized, we in Croatia, we have only one DSO. It's one thing to agree on a standardized data set with one DSO. It's a completely different thing if you have 130 of them. Without that, I would say it will be quite difficult to have a unified communication interface. Thank you.
Also ich weiß nicht, ob ich auf Deutsch antworten kann, aber
I hope I can give you the answer in German. We see it similarly as you do. We do need uniform processes and solutions. The best situation would be to have one provider only. We'd be happy with a 15 minutes measurement and not real-time data, as you referred to. That would be the first step to take before, in the far future, we might focus on real-time data instead. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Ms. Emberger and to Mr. Haber.
Und ja, sie macht sich schon auf den Weg.
And she's getting on her way. For 2.5 years, the Austrians have had the opportunity to found electricity communities with a trend upwards, and it's the chairwoman of the Austrian Coordination Center for Energy Communities, Eva Dvorak, who's taking the floor right now, giving her presentation. Thank you.
Ja, vielen Dank. Energiegemeinschaften.
Thank you very much. Energy communities as a milestone in Austrian energy policies, not only in Austria but also for Europe. We have heard that also from the participants in the discussion who come from other countries in Europe. It is not only about implementing Austrian law here, but Austrian law is partly being copied by other European countries, and this is a nice development. We are happy to be able to accompany this development and have been doing so in the past 2 years. Let's have a look at what our legislators have given us here. Let's have a look at the 3 models that you have seen often before. The Austrian legislative system has far advanced. We have these 3 different options created in 2017. In those days, that was a milestone, and the energy development was built on that. We've already heard that the local network tariffs and the citizens' energy communities that have been created recently, where there is no pricing implemented, but this is now something that enables people to become active and shape things according to their needs and create something new by way of a legal simplification, no balance sheets, annual reports that are necessary, no shareholders that have to be given their shares, and so on. These are things that we have to focus on, that we have to stress, because that's the only way of creating an acceptance in the population for new plants with renewables, which will be decisive for implementing our goals. Looking at the timeline, at the very beginning, we had 5 pioneers in 2021 that were confident that we were creating a good model that was going to be supported by everybody. I'd like to thank E-Control as a regulator, but also the representatives of the grid operators. Everybody tried to support that, and that's why numbers skyrocketed. The green bars are the ones on which we can read up the moderating report to be published once a year. EDA gave us the data. We need data more often than every half year. And this is why the data sources are marked here as different. And at the end of last year, we went beyond the number of 1,000 energy communities. And the other thing that's really exciting is that they don't become more in numbers, they also become larger. In the beginning, they had 4 counting points in one community, but in the 675 that e-control is now observing, there are many more counting points. So we have a very large dynamic development that we try to go along with, help to lead on, and we don't want everybody to reinvent the wheel every time, but best practices to be shared. And the best advertising for an energy community is other people talking about why they did it, how they did it, that it isn't rocket science, but rather something that can be done fairly easily. And we're going to see some of these examples in the afternoon because they're so motivating. The way we want to motivate further development is showing how further steps can be taken. Foundation doesn't require witchcraft. We have a system that does have rather rigid market structures, so we have to abide by certain rules, but it is possible, it can be done. Anybody who wants to can actually found an energy community. Now, the other task we have is creating the legal framework conditions, optimizing them as well as all the others. The BMF, clarifying things, answering queries. We are trying to push for a decree similar to the one for solar energy, also for other sorts of renewables. We also have a brochure with information on taxes and levies, also on VAT, and this is information that will be uniform for all of Austria and should be available online. It is a very dynamic model. We've heard that several times already. And since, as of April, that is in a couple of days from now, we will be able to have multiple participation. You don't have to decide whether you are in that one system only. You can actually decide on having this or that number of shares in one community and that number of shares in another. What does that look like? What is multiple participation? Individual participants, producers as well as consumers, can be members in several energy communities. One counting point, no matter whether it is a feeding in or a consumption point, can take part in a maximum of 5 different energy communities. And all energy community models are possible here, no matter whether they are local communities, renewables, or citizen energy communities. Participants have to decide on what share they want to have in which sort of community. And this is why we created a participation factor. This factor then lays down the percentage of production or consumption per 15 minutes of participation is laid down for the individual counting point. In a dynamic model for calculation of the financial aspect, certain data have to be made available in order to optimize communities and their contributions, and only the individual communities can determine that. There is always one person responsible who will make the necessary change in a portal, and this participation factor can be changed as a maximum once a day. The important thing is that you mustn't go beyond 100%, otherwise we'll have an error message. We had many problems with those. So you need to first reduce participation in one community in order to then go and increase it in the other one. The important thing is that this 100% factor will be in the background. You'll have reports where there will be shifts. Anybody who works there will be interested to know that data will be shifted to another area there. Now, if you need any help or advice, there are colleagues in the different energy counseling departments of the different regions in Austria. Many of them are present here today. Don't be afraid to ask for information and support. In case you need a service provider, because you have a very innovative energy community dealing with heat, for instance, or have a special area, a special focus on awareness creation, then we can put you in touch with a service provider, and these costs can then be reimbursed by the ministry. We want to make sure that you don't have to carry those costs. The new Energy Industry Act has already been mentioned several times, and we also have submitted an opinion. The three most important points, we believe, for the continued existence and operation is creating a reliable calculation of values for metering gaps. We see that there are 120 different grid operators, and it's very difficult if everybody deals with that in a different way. We've also noticed that where there are gaps, some energy communities can't do their calculations, and sometimes we have up to 5 energy communities that can't really do their calculations. That is not possible. So we need to have a single way of doing these calculations. We can't have the individual grid operators deciding that or to decide to put a client on 0. We have to create extrapolations or calculations, estimates, whatever. There will be an option to improve the system. Clarification of discretion and control for operation and availability. We need to have an equal treatment of renewables and citizen communities. The models have to be different in terms of regionality, but not in terms of whether they can only feed in excess or fully feed into the grid. We need to have an even level playing field here. The other thing is controls have to remain with the producing member and not the community. The other thing is a measurement and calculation of costs. It is important to have data available on the following day. Of course, we can't do the cost calculation on that basis, but if you have portals, they are available on the next day there too, and it is very unpleasant for communities to say we haven't got the data, but people can see them online. So it's very important to have calculations carried out only at the end of the month, but to have data available every day for by way of information, and to have clear responsibility on who is in charge of data quality, have quality management and quality assurance, and one person in charge of that, because we can see that this is being pushed around very much, and energy communities then have to go out and look for the correct data at the end of the day. And that's the end of my talk. We can now go to have our lunch break with just a little delay here. You were very quick now. As you say, we have a little delay, but we will have our lunch break. But before we have our lunch break, I think here too I'd like to offer the audience to ask questions if you have any. Maya, would you please come here with the microphone? There are 2 requests for the floor here. Klaus Dirnberger, Linz, the most modern city of Austria with 12,000 inhabitants. And currently we would need 3 renewables communities. We have 3 grid operators, and one of them thinks that we would need 2. And you say that when the new act is in force, we can have a single association covering the entire area. But my problem is that if we want to become active now already, we would have to found a second association with a tax number and everything that entails. And the second energy community would then also have to be integrated. Technically, that would be possible. But if we could have one association only and have it found the second community, we could solve all of the other areas. From a legal point of view, once the law is in force. Could we find an Austrian solution for that? According to the current legal situation, this is not possible, I have to tell you that. But we hope that before the summer, the act will be passed, and then it will be very quick. So that should be very quickly enforced. Christian Berenka from Ansfelsen. I can tell the colleague that we have a solution that is consists in having a main association and a sub-association. So we have a single tax number. The finance ministry issued an opinion on that, and I received it yesterday. I can show it to you. That will then be part of the guidelines for associations. Now, for multiple participation, apparently that will be implemented, but how is that to be adjusted? How should we all wait for that and don't know how it will be implemented? Because if it will work as of the 8th of April, we should have the software adapted as, accordingly. If we have 50 counting points, you can't do that manually. It has to be done in the software, and it should be possible to test it. So it is more than urgent to have all the relevant information of how to implement that in practice, not just theoretically. We can't do that daily. I can't imagine doing that daily. But if it is to be done, it has to work, and that should be tested. So we can't just say it'll work. I think nobody says that. Our colleagues from EDA are present here. They have information for you that you'll be able to have and take along. Many service providers are already working on that. So as of the 8th of April, it will be interesting to see how it works, because many people will be waiting for that. But basically, work is underway. I'm afraid we can't hear the speaker now because he doesn't have a microphone. How do I know whether things are changing daily or weekly? How do I actually see? For instance, if there is a shifting back and forth between the renewables community and the citizens' energy community, what saving do I have here? I would need to be an Excel wizard in order to be able to download the data if the grid operator really makes it available in a way that can be observed here. This is an important point. Otherwise, it will be so intransparent that nobody will be able to do it. You can definitely see what's happening in the invoice, because that should give you figures daily. Of course, that will change a lot. You'll have many lines, but that's the way it is. It requires additional columns in the Excel sheet, but who will do that? You have 50-50, for instance, and if we now have a change to have a share of 60-40, I first have to reduce to 40 in order to be able to raise the other one to 60. Who can do that? Who is entitled to do that, authorized to do it? There are 2 different energy communities who will be given the authorization to do that. We're an association of energy communities, but how is that going to be done? Between the renewables energy communities, let me interrupt you because we want to have the lunch break. There are many considerations. This is Stefan Heidler, who is dealing with these issues from a technical point of view. And I think we'll have a lunch break now, and please talk to him. I had to jump up to the stage. Just 3 quick issues. The grid operators are represented here. They have a test run underway currently, so tests are running currently, and we want to make sure it works. We, on our part, are setting up an information platform on our website dealing with all the practical issues. And the last important point, yes, the participating factor can only be adjusted by the energy community, so there can be a problem here because the counting meter point might have a different interest than the energy community as a whole. So my message to all of you is that this adjustment of the participation factor has to be adjusted between the energy community and the individual counting point, and between the energy communities. Thank you. Just before we say bon appétit, one last question. A question from Salzburg. I tried to add up 2 things, one and one. One was the input by e-control, the use and for renewable energy communities in terms of resources and demand on the grid. And the other thing is a multiple participation. If I add this 1 and 1 together, I must say the result is nothing, is nilch, because it just doesn't it doesn't add up to anything. Daily adjustments will not only have a weekly profile, but we need to have daily profiles with daily adjustments between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., for instance, or day and night rates that will be varied. This wouldn't be the first time in Austria. A last statement on this. We have discussed this multiple participation with the sector in Austria. They're basically open to having, after the first establishment and first experiences, developing the model further then. So we discussed these different hierarchical systems versus participation options. This is something that we will discuss further and evolve further after the 8th of April. Thank you very much, Stefan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that we are now half an hour late, and we will therefore allow you to have a lunch break that will be extended to 2 p.m. 1:45 closer to 2 p.m. We'll be back here for our afternoon session. Meanwhile, I hope you'll be networking and using this lunch break for exchanging information and experiences. Bon appétit, and see you again later.
So, einen wunderschönen Nachmittag, meine Damen und
Great afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch, being ready for the afternoon session. A very warm welcome. And I can but say, that there is no theory we are complying with here at the conference. We thought now we would only have half the audience, and it did not happen, which is just amazing to see. So great to welcome all of you again to the afternoon session, and I hope you'll enjoy the presentations. Let's start the afternoon looking at practical implications. The Platform Energy Community is the coordination center cooperating with the consulting agencies of the federal provinces of Austria. In the first row, there are two gentlemen who are making a major contribution to turning this cooperation into a success story, Herbert Geisberger and Helmut Strasser, and I kindly ask these two gentlemen to join me up here on stage. Thank you. Once again, a cordial welcome to both of you. Please use our chairs. You should be as comfortable as possible. We have to catch up a little bit time. We should not get too comfortable. That's correct. We do have to catch up a little bit, but nevertheless, we want to look into every detail coming to the two of you and to the excellent work you've been doing. We know that from many other fields, the federal government and the governments of the federal provinces, not always a friction-free cooperation, but with you, it's working out smoothly. What's your recipe of success? Could you share a little bit with us? It's been correctly put in the morning already. Cooperation actually really is excellent, being a role model for many other platforms as well. And I'm involved in many cooperations in our federal provinces. I'm not talking about every way of cooperating. Let me first say everyone does what they can best, what they were founded for. That means Eva with her team is making sure that we have good regulations on the federal level with the federal stakeholders, and the provinces speak with their stakeholders, taking care of the communities. And second, also of major importance, with the brochures and similar projects, we assign the logos before starting to work, because I found that every argument starts with a logo, who appears where, in particular with ministerial and governmental councils. And thirdly, the joint target. We had one target to establish energy communities, turning them into a pivotal role, and nobody knew how we were to go about that. And that really united us. It was the cooperation. What about the correct interpretation of the federal government level, and then communicating everything to the local level? Mr. Strasser, this morning we've learned that in Austria, in an international comparison all across Europe, we see many new energy communities joining the pool. What would you say are the success factors for this very fast growth? Let me come back to what's already been said. 3 years ago, it was about the legal implementation of our topic, and nobody knew how to go about it, how to reach out to the actors, how to establish energy communities. And here we see federal provinces, agencies, for municipalities, for communities who have that direct link with the stakeholders, offering consulting programs, being known as consultants, enjoying trust, and people know what number to dial, who to turn to. This is an asset for the platforms to provide information concerning the legal basis, setting up structures, being available on the phone and locally, attending information campaigns and meetings at the local level with a great many appointments, many meetings where people discussed. And everyone wanted to see quick solutions. We didn't have at hand, but the structures helped us out a little bit with information folders, agreements, samples, and so on. Everything was available immediately, but nevertheless, questions kept popping up, very often the same ones in Vorarlberg, Salzburg, Tyrol, Lower Austria, and Vienna. And in order to quickly respond to the questions raised and having a direct link to the ministry, for instance, when it's about legal issues, things that have to be interpreted, that could really accelerate everything a lot. Now we are looking back to 2.5 years of energy communities in Austria, and you as a consulting agency in the federal provinces of Austria also had to find your role. What would you say is the role like these days? We've been a consulting agency for many years. It's not a new role we stepped into. It's just a new topic. And it was the task of translating everything. It's a social innovation, the renewable energy communities that were put or cast into an act by lawyers. They have to translate a lot, like, for instance, criteria that are not being understood by a system. We have to break down things to a level that makes sure that people who don't want to know the 15 minutes values, but who want to get good, ecologically sound energy supplied. Let's look into the future. What is the future like for you, the future of our communities? What are we going to be talking about in 3 to 5 years from today, Mr. Strasser? What do you think? I think it's a couple of things we should mention here. We've already achieved a lot with a number of energy communities in recent years. We already referred to it in the morning, saying more participants are involved in the energy communities that are being enlarged, which is a challenge for smaller ones who coordinate a small community, who suddenly are confronted with 30, 40 and more participants they have to handle. And the question of digitization certainly is going to play a major role in voicing communication with the participants, and I'm sure digitization will come into this game more and more. And we are going to talk about that in the afternoon, the flexibilities of the grid, seeing more than I have a producer and a consumer I'm going to bring together, looking beyond that cup of tea, part of a system like it's been sketched out this morning. There is a couple of technical challenges to meet. I think there is growth within the energy communities, but 2 years ago we didn't know where we were heading. We still don't know what it's going to look like in 2 years from today. We wanted to have the figure 2,000 put, to have as many energy communities to not be able to think we have a landscape without them anymore. But now we are at a crossroads. We see first reactions, traditional energy suppliers and energy communities, a relationship that doesn't necessarily have to be a positive one. And I think we've seen some professionalization here. It's a development of local energy communities and professional larger ones on the other side. But I'm really curious to see what's going to be like next time. Are we going to have 10,000 energy communities or 100,000 participants, for instance? Mr. Warag already jotted it down, but it's not been discussed, the figure. Well, I'm taking along your message, but let me ask one final question. When it's about the consulting situation, we do discern trends on the horizon that we can learn from. Would you agree, or would you say that's not something we experience this way? Trends. Well, 2 years ago, it all was started, and now we've more or less come to grips with the model. Now we start from scratch again with multiple stakeholders involved, and we'd advise the communities to take back complexities. You may establish complex systems, but we are not forced to do so. And it's the goal, on our side at least, to provide motivation and the financial assets for the enhancement of renewable energies. That's a target of energy communities. Everything has to be conceivable, understandable, simple. And what I heard this morning actually did not meet this target, unfortunately. Mr. Kreisberger, Mr. Strasser, thank you very much for joining our invitation. It's not been the last time we've seen each other. We are going to see each other again. Now some interim big hand for the two of you from our audience. Thank you very, very much. And now I suggest we start with our first session this afternoon. We've heard it a couple of times today, the new Electricity Industry Act with a great many changes for the industry. The act has been put on track. The expertise draft has been looked into. There have been a couple of comments and statements provided. We've been listening today, this morning. Now we are going to go into further depth, led by the speaker from the Federal Ministry for Climate Protection for the electricity and gas market, Florian Galler. The floor is yours.
Vielen Dank. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce to you the situation in terms of the legal framework of the energy communities. Let me first tell you what the new law provides, what we've changed based on the experiences we made in the last years largely, but also tell you something about the other laws that may also be subject to change in the near future. Energy communities, but citizen energy generally, and decentralized energy production and supply, and that includes energy communities, will now be legally presented in an act of their own. Formerly, energy communities were regulated as part of the distributing grids, and the fact that we are going to have an act of its own for this sector of the energy industry is also to show how important they are. So here there is there is a part 4 with different main sections. This is the current draft of January 2024. The draft is not going to remain like this. We can't really stick to the paragraphs, for instance, but in terms of content, not too much is going to change. So let me address this quickly. It's not only about energy communities, but also many other areas, such as people producing for their own needs, prosumers, maybe you would like to call them active consumers later on, but also direct supplies. And then we also have a section for citizens' energy, including communitary supply plants, the initiatives, and so on. Now, why do we need a legislative update? There was a need for change, mainly due to experiences we've made over the last years, because the current Electricity Industry Organization Act needed modernizing for many other reasons as well. And some of the most important problems, and I'm just picking out a few examples that we had detected over the years as needing modernization, was that there should be simplification for excess in-feeding, there should be a legal framework for joint calculation groups or networks, if you like. The bus bar is something that will also be have to dealt with, and also the situation of having to calculate values for gappy metering. Now, a simplification for in-feeding of excess production. What was important here was discretion and control on operative and management issues. It wasn't entirely clear what that really is and how it fits into our civil code. Now, at least for feeding in of excess production, operating and management control should be with the energy community, but in terms of the excess in feeding, it could remain with the active customer, so that many questions no longer arise. That is one point. The next point would be creating the possibility of a carrier organization, as it were. So far, it was possible to have a single legal person for each of the renewables energy communities. But now what we are trying to create is that if we have several renewables energy communities, we would bring them together in a single organization. There are some restrictions to that, and we've discussed that at length, but what we've decided is that we do want to have the restriction that there should be a single grid operator, so it has to be in the concession area of a single grid operator. And all of these energy communities have to be in the same political district. Concerning the busbar, we made it clear in the law that that too should be part of that new act when different medium voltage and net grids are in one regional area. So in actual life, the energy community might not only use this medium voltage grid, but also be connected with transformers in the higher voltage grids. But to make that clear and to have this restriction also in terms of the geographical area, we are spelling this out in the new act. Another important and large topic is calculating values for gappy metering. We understand that the smart meter systems, the way they were created and the way it was politically demanded, I think that was in 2010 already, and all of these new applications weren't even on our horizons then. So it wasn't possible to enable people to get values in real time. Now, the trouble is that what can actually happen is that there are gaps in metering, and we now have to create the possibility of calculating estimates for these periods. And in the consultation, quality management on these calculations were presented. Very good ideas were submitted to us, and in order to enable that, from a legal point of view, this is also reflected in the new act. Now, why do we do all that? What's the exercise good for? This is not only about energy communities. The legal framework simply needed modernization anyway. There were many areas that weren't clear enough anymore. In the Electricity Energy Organization Act of 2010, there are gaps. There are some areas that no longer reflect real-life situations, and all of that should be improved. And we also strive for harmonization in the sense that electricity law and electricity energy sector is somehow distributed between the national level and the regional level in Austria, and we're now harmonizing that so that we'll have a single law for all of the country. There is a big consensus on that because on the European level and implementing the internal market regulation, it has become necessary anyway to harmonize the situation in Austria. There is another factor that also plays into this, that is also about the electricity internal market, where the market design on a European level required some adjustments, and some new elements have to be confronted and dealt with. Let me briefly tell you what happened here. Only last year, in a way that is astonishingly quickly for European legislation, the Commission proposed a legal text, and we're currently at a stage where the translations of this legal text are already completed, and the only thing that's missing is an adoption of the text by the Parliament and the Council. But this seems to be a formal matter only because agreement has been found. Now, in this, there is a paragraph 15A, and it'll keep that number. That is the paragraph on the right for common energy use. And we are discussing that. There is a lot that is still being discussed here. There are many questions that are still open, and some things may still change for the energy communities in this respect, but that too should be possible and should become easier than it has been. So this article, the right to common energy use, is something that complements the package of a community self-supply. So we have an active customer, a prosumer, who is to be able to take an active part in energy production and supply. Now, there are a couple of points in this that I'll present briefly to give you an idea what needs to be implemented in Austrian law. This article provides for the sharing of energy, as has been the case, and I suppose that European legislation looked at the situation in Austria when designing legislation here. But this is something that all of the member states in the European Union will have to implement. And the fact is then that it is our success model that can then be implemented in other European countries as well. Now, one of the points that are contained here that you should know about is the organizer. There can be an organizer according to this legislation. An energy community can nominate an organizer, and according to the regulation, this organizer has to be able to do a number of things. First of all, take over communication with all the stakeholders, such that it is no longer the individual members who have to go and address all of the bodies in charge. The organizer doesn't have to be the energy community itself. It could also be somebody else. But this is a task that could very well be fulfilled by the energy community. Another point provided for in the regulation, where we are a little stricter in Austria, is that everybody who wants to share energy here does no longer need to own the installation. So the operating and management control need no longer lie with the individuals, but it can also be leased or in other ways outsourced. So that is another element that we will have to provide for in our law. Another important point are threshold values. Below certain thresholds, member states have to allow for such producers not to be required to be suppliers. These are usually 10.8 kilowatt hours for installations in one-family homes and 50 for several family homes. These thresholds can be increased. We're going to use these values to the limit, and everybody above those values will have to comply with certain requirements that suppliers usually have to comply with as well. And we're trying to find a solution to make that as simple as possible. So we're trying to preempt that in our legislation to make it clear who is in charge of what. That too, there's going to be a solution, and a very important point that will no longer apply is that we no longer need an organization for such joint use. People will no longer have to found an association. This could also just be handled on a contractual basis. So far for my outlook and the implementation, we're trying to create a really good package. We are trying to simplify things further. Maybe we won't be able to do that in all areas. There might be individual areas where we will perhaps not do everything we'd like to, but we hope that this will make things a lot easier for you. Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Galla. Can I ask you to move over to this table? I suppose that there will be some questions from the audience on your talk, but in the meantime, I will ask further people onto the stage. Leo Schalhas, would you please come here to join us on the panel? He's a lawyer working with the region of Lower Austria. Thomas Zeinzinger, who heads 7 Energy. Welcome. Would you please come over here? And Sebastian Lassacher, software expert focusing on energy networks and a charging station for electric cars. And Thomas Vogel of the Energy Agency for the Tyrol, and he comes from the very back of the room. We'll be waiting for you. Maybe you can join us right here. Thanks very much. I think we've heard a lot from you about the new Energy Industry Act and prerequisites given to us by Brussels. Maybe you could respond to what you've just heard and relate to what you've just heard. Would you like to start?
From the Lower Austrian point of view, I would like to share 2 different views as the representative of the province of Lower Austria and the chairman of an energy community. Our province thought 3 things were important with the energy communities because we've been eagerly waiting for it to be put into force because we've been in that dynamic environment for way too long. And second, we tried to look at the expertise of socializing the grid costs. Lower Austria is particularly affected as a province because we see a lot of expansion in renewables in Lower Austria. We have to refortify the grids, and not only the Lower Austrians should bear the costs. And the storage aspect that's already been widely discussed, we think that the storage facilities are the major key to make sure we manage the turnaround. And here the framework conditions will have to be improved considerably. Mr. Zeitzinger, let me turn to you. What would your response be to what we've heard a lot about today? Well, the 7 Energy Community probably is one of the bigger ones. Maybe someone is here from EDA and could tell us more about it. And I think we are going to see very interesting developments in our statement. We focused on digitization aspects a lot, and we looked at the value building when it comes to an estimate or an equivalent value. How do we establish them without having zero values here? Aspects that are important when everyone can fully conceive how everything's happening. And on the other hand, in real life, we observe that there is some wild growth of platforms and the registration looks different on each and every platform. The data may not be available and mistakes are made with the data processing. And here in particular, we took consideration, and I would also like to shed light on one more point, even though it was not specifically addressed, the operational and availability, power, and the organizer. For me, it sounds as if something I really want to have, because we already have the empowerment, a commission that we may do what we want or a warrant, and with the operational power full feeding in, it's difficult to integrate into an energy community. I think it will take months just to look at the legal proceedings here, for instance. So whenever that can remain with the operator, it would really be helpful for the energy community. So thank you very much for that first input. Let me come to you, Mr. Lassacher. What's your first response? Basically a very positive one, because we are service providers for the communities and we really try to handle all of the administration, as Mr. Heinzinger has already put forward. And it's a really broad range of topics when we look at the equivalent values or all the processes, that there not only is the operational power, but it's also about the value-added text, for instance. And I really appreciate everything that makes things more simple. And it would even be better to weaken it up even more, the concession area, for instance, with strong grid limits. So why shouldn't we have different technical aspects with various providers? And the new directive shows that everything should be simplified, something we really welcome. And also the operational and the power of control, something that really affects us a lot. We shouldn't forget how important it is to find some regulations here, because the facilities are erected by the community itself, or otherwise somebody else will have built it upon their own risk. They shoulder the marketing risk, putting it on the shoulders of the community with little financial assets in many cases. So I'm happy to see some simplification here. Mr. Vogel, you have not worked out your own statement, but you were involved in providing a statement. Maybe you could show us what your motives were. Thank you. This presentation didn't hold anything new for us, but what was great to see is because these are items we also talked about with the Coordination Center, not only the Energy Agency of Tyrol, but all provinces were involved. I'm an engineer, not a lawyer or a legal expert, and the feedback is a very practical one I'm working with. So thus the change that's been alluded to over and again, something we really highly welcome. We also have been observing it in our practical work when it comes to the power of control and the feedback we've been getting. The process to establish an energy community, when we've all experienced it, no longer is as complicated or complex as we might have conceived in the beginning. So a simplification would really speed up things, and we see it when looking at the numbers. An energy community as such is not working, but we do need the one or the other adjustment here or there. And I think it's quite clear that the energy communities in the beginning may have been facing bureaucratic hurdles, and this is going to improve step by step. If I understood it correctly, in future we want to see simplifications as well, right? Exactly. In the beginning, the model was just enabled, being aware of the fact that some things might not be implemented that easily. I'm referring to the organization of the electricity market, for instance, which is relatively complex because, physically speaking, it's very complex. And here it was the aim to come up with a simple model how energy can be shared easily. And we were aware of the fact that nothing is going to work out superbly right in the beginning. Here we have to adjust the one or the other screw with the evaluation control. We were a bit faster with our Electricity Industry Act, and it's planned, well, in future, we will keep looking at where we detect problems, where we can come up with solutions. There are also problems that we haven't found a solution for yet, but in future we will come up with solutions. We should also add that many people have been hoping that it would be on track in June and maybe go through the parliament with a 2/3 majority that's required. That's quite an ambitious plan that hopefully is going to become real. Here we know that we need the Electricity Industry Act with all of the amendments and changes. Coming back to your energy communities you've been operating, do you have an idea already what the legal adaptations and amendments will mean for the communities, for the energy communities? Yes and no, I must say. It's a step into the right direction, absolutely. And I would like to stress what my colleague has just been referring to. We need a constant evaluation process launched. And I would put it this way. We are throwing energy communities into the arena of the electricity market, and idealists being given access into this market means a real challenge. We see it when we look at the electricity prices. To convince someone that an energy community is a good idea, even though the electricity might be more expensive than having a floating tariff, is not so simple a step. Exchanging ourselves with the ministry, and I would like to see less than these 14 years pass by, because we live in a dynamic environment. Multiple participation as one example, a great thing, amazing when it works out, but it's clear with the fixed allocation here that it's not going to be available in the long run here. And Mr. Kreisberger referred to it. Whenever you establish an energy community, you can't explain people that in this municipality there are 2 substations and therefore they can't join in and join the people in the boat of an energy community. And the storage facilities, for me, are the solution for the future in order to create the band load here to really keep electricity in the community grid. This is my future perspective, not losing sight of what's going on, remaining in constant exchange, listening to the practical experts. I'm not only a lawyer, but also an engineer, and that's why I'm the chairman of this energy community, not only to have a feeling as the authority representative where the problems lie. May I hand over the question to you? If we see all of that happen, I would be more than happy. With our topics, we focused on where we see urgent problems that need a solution, things we have to repair. Well, let me come back to that. Where do you have problems and issues you feel with the registration of members, with the grids operators because they don't have the IT command yet, or when it comes to the acceptance of the warrant, for instance, to get the data with the provision of data for the billing or invoicing process, to get the data in time, the making available of data, for instance, when it says 1 month and not having 6 months eventually, when you establish a smart meter with a modem because it's not working out, things that need a lot of time in our practical lives. And only when we've solved these issues, we can really do sound and profound work in the energy market. When I say I'm not getting my data, how am I going to produce a roadmap for an energy community? It won't work out. First, we need to get the basics running, and then it shouldn't take months until you have a larger, well, let me say we have a member where 5 grid areas are affected. In the one, the smart meters fail. In the next one, you don't get an operator's agreement. In the third area, we won't get any response at all. In the fourth area, the offline registration process is tested for the very first time. Well, things that reflect daily life, but it takes months until we get where we want to get, something you might really have seen to in a few days only. And I think this is what we now find in the Electricity Industry Act, so that everything can be repaired accordingly and then will be equipped correctly to set up storage facilities, to be a participant in the energy market, and so on and so forth. So that would then be the next step, a step towards simplification. Can you already provide us with a view of what the Electricity Industry Act is going to improve? First of all, it depends on what will be agreed on. When we take out the carrier organization, more than one grid area, well, here we see major differences. We have a client of ours with several communities involved, and here it's about the grid area to be detected, and everything means quite an effort. When you can simplify the process, saying irrespective of the grid areas, because ultimately we orient ourselves along the grid. We don't need political borders or a focus on one grid operator only. So when we lack the legal framework, it might make things so much more easier. And I'd like to come back to the colorful bunch of grid operators. We have different portals, hence different processes. I picked out one example for my statement, the entitlement to good claims management. I tried to do that for the energy communities and bring it into focus. The energy community that acts as the energy community or the organizer is being entitled to certain rights because the support is being provided by the grid operators, and sometimes it's really difficult, I have to stress, to get the answers from the grid operators. It would be great to unify the processes a bit more. For a software service provider like us, for instance, it would make things so much easier, including documentation and so on and so forth. It's really difficult to present everything to the members because it's the member who has to realize what portal has to be accessed when, how we access it. So it's many different facets of one and the same thing. Well, we know the legislative draft, we know the statements that have been handed in, and the question what the impact will be on the energy communities. What's your opinion? I fully agree with the previous speakers. I hope it's going to have the impact we would like to see. Let me also enumerate a couple of things from my practical point of view. With the law, we always refer to the legal aspects, but I think it's a technical problem we have to solve. That is the problem of the meters. With many energy communities, this problem is detected. The metering data either is false or delivered with a delay. With smaller communities, that might not be the major issue. When people agree on having the invoicing process take place once a year, and in Tyrol we have more than 300 metering points, for instance, and when every day you have to make phone calls with clients justifying why you can't do the billing yet, even though the year 2023 already is our past, that really entails a lot of time that's needed. Legally speaking, I'd say there are very interesting aspects that may change a lot. We've already talked about the operational power and the controlling power. We also have some hydropower plants in Tyrol that would like to participate in energy communities, but due to that controlling power and the operational power, they somehow try to focus on excess or surplus feeding in. And if that's not possible, they withdraw their membership again because they don't want to remit all of the power to the community. And that is a huge problem. We've always been talking with non-profit building operators, for instance, and it's not possible, for instance, to participate in a renewable energy community for them. Legally speaking, we hope to bring about the one or the other simplification, but the metering or the smart metering data issue has to be solved in the long run. Otherwise, the idealists we welcomed in the boat first will withdraw because this is too much of a burden on the people. You energetically took the microphone to your lips. You want to say something? I've been closely observing you. Well, the topic operational power and power of control here entails another component as well. Let's look at a wind power plant, for instance. When this is to join an energy community, the energy community really has to be huge so that they don't face the next issue immediately when it is a market-capable wind power plant, for instance, with feeding in more than 50% of the electricity demand, but not being reimbursed correctly. So when a full feeder in makes a request, they get the market premium, and I say I can't really accept it because I can't really get rid of your 3 megawatts that quickly. So it is a burden, some hindrance. If we are to abolish that, we can work quite differently concerning the billing processes. It took us a month to do the December invoicing, for instance. We needed to exert a lot of pressure to do that. Now we are waiting for the right data for January. And now it's March. I got the message. Before we're going to have one concluding round, I'd also like to give you, the audience, an opportunity to raise questions. We saw questions coming from Ansfelden again. Maya, please bring the microphone to the gentleman.
Danke.
Thank you. I don't need to introduce myself anymore. I agree. Why do energy communities need this kind of control or authorization? We don't need that. Does anybody need it? If a member no longer wants to take part, they simply cancel their contract and they're out by next month. Why would I need that? It would only make things more complicated. I can still simply delete them as members and that's it. Yes? Again, I didn't hear a question, but I'll pass it on anyway. I can add something to that. This comes from a European law. What are energy communities made for? The idea is that people invest together into a shared installation. And I think we really bent over backwards saying that this is not a shared installation, but it's really shared control only. but I think that will also drop out. Could the gentleman be given a microphone again, please? We can't hear him.
Herr Schallhaus, Sie wollten auch was dazu sagen.
Also,
You wanted to add something too? I can only support this. The idea of supporting an investment, or that energy communities invest in installations, is something that can't work like that in that environment. And with a 50% market premium share, no energy community would be mad enough to invest in a large solar energy plant because they can't refinance that. So the framework conditions would have to simply be very different. You'd have to think of something much better. What could you offer in order to have that available? We need that, these solutions, otherwise the model wouldn't work. Dirnberger EGNs again. I have a question now. You said that both renewable energy communities have to be in the same legal district, administrative district. What if we're spread over 2 districts? Well, that is a special case, and then it is not possible to have a single organization. So if there is a renewable energy community, that is spread over 2 legal districts, they will have to have 2 associations or 2 organizations. But that will probably be obsolete with the internal market regulation. Does that answer your question? Microphone, please. We cannot hear the speaker.
So, wir machen, also Maya, du hast da hinten noch, oder da, wie du, nimm.
Ich brauche mich auch nicht mehr vorstellen.
Nee.
I won't introduce myself again either. Concerning the legal carrier organizations, I do hope that your word is heard. It will be very important to go away from a political territorial principle. This would really be very silly to apply to energy. What I would like to add to what is said is the question of control is a very important one, and I hope that the solution will be very simple, because for renewable energy communities to invest in new plants, there are products where large plants could be financed as well, and I'd be very happy to be available for information should anybody be interested. We have another question there, and we'll have these 2 as well. It's the same old topic. If the internal market regulation of the European Union does not allow for such shaping, then it is not, we can't use it. I've invested 100,000 euros into a solar energy plant, and now suddenly it belongs to the community. That makes no sense. So I agree with my 4 speakers that this should really be abolished, or we have to find a different national regulation. We are doing so well that I think we can create our own legal framework. And I think that the gentleman on the panel will be able to deal with that. One last question. Thank you. I have another question concerning the bus bar. In the south of Austria, there are 1 or more grid operators who have 2 bus bars per substation. Now, what you said is that a bus bar is to guarantee usability for everybody, but if in future a grid operator has several bus bars, would that mean that there are several energy communities connected to it? You can always have several energy communities. The question is whether they can be connected or not. If this is going via the high voltage grid, it won't be possible, but otherwise it will be possible to found an individual energy community. Great, thank you very much. I think we have to close this round now. I'd like to thank you very much, and in particular you, Mr. Galla, for an insight into what we're in for. I wish you all the very best, and thank you very much.
Wir machen weiter mit unserer zweiten Session an diesem Nachmittag.
Let's continue with our second session this afternoon. Another thing that is important in energy communities is the social aspect of working together. The important topics of social innovation and creating an awareness. We'll now hear Sandra Matzinger, who works in the Workers' Chamber of Vienna and is in charge of economic policy. I wish you a good afternoon, and will now turn away from technology in terms of subject matter towards the social dimension of the energy turn, towards social innovation that energy communities mean and offer for a larger population and a specific group of people, and these are in particular households that are poverty threatened. Now, what am I going to speak about? My topic is energy communities, an important part in the puzzle of participation for everybody in the energy turn. And this is my focus point, my perspective on one of the big assets of energy communities. What we can enable here is that even households who would classically have trouble participating in the energy market otherwise because of a less favorable income situation or other sorts of disadvantages, disabilities, physical or mental, that these might have problems participating in the energy turn, and for them, energy communities would be a very good opportunity of taking part. Now, what do I mean? We speak of a revolution. We're in the middle of a revolution. Our goal in Austria until 2040, on the European level until 2050, is to become climate neutral, such that renewables have to be massively expanded. And what we want to achieve in that way is access to clean and affordable energy for everybody. Affordable in the sense that as a household, I can pay my energy bills, in particular electricity bills, because we're going towards electricity as the main energy supply. And in our modern lives, this is a basic condition. You may have checked your emails on your mobile phones or tablets. We're going home in public transport, and all of that needs energy. We turn on our coffee maker in the morning. We need electricity in order to take part in modern life. If that is not possible, I have a big problem. And what we speak here about is energy poverty. And these households affected by energy poverty, it is very hard to participate in modern life because of the energy turn. One of the big problems is a low income. What does that mean? For example, in Austria, in 2022, unfortunately, these are the most recent data available is 2022 because statistics is always a little behind. So in 2022, a single person household counts as poor if the income is of 1,373 euros a month or below. Now, if you calculate how much you pay in terms of rent, what your daily expenses are for energy, mobility, food, a person having 1,370 euros available a month, you will understand that that isn't very much. Now, you might ask how many households are affected by that. Is that really a relevant group? Well, unfortunately, in Austria, and here again we're speaking about 2022, 17% of the Austrian population is on the verge of poverty or below it. And these are households that cannot participate in everyday things like, for instance, buy meat once a week or go on holidays. If the washing machine breaks down, they're dealing with a major challenge. So 17% of the Austrian population, that's quite a large number. If you imagine how many people 17% in this room are, you will understand that this is not a negligible number of people affected. But it's not only a matter of household incomes, it's also a question of what they spend their money on. So what can they afford to pay for with that income? And here it is in particular the quickly rising energy prices that are a massive problem for these households. The most recent numbers we have, which unfortunately are, as statistics lag behind data from almost before the latest energy crisis. So the poorest 20% of the population spend half of their income for the most basic needs, and this is housing, energy, and food. And here we speak of less than 1,400 euros, and they had to spend 700 euros for these basic needs. And in the course of the energy crisis, this share of the population has surely risen. So it's no longer just half of their income they have to spend on these basic needs. A further problem these households are confronted with, and why affordable and clean energy would be so important for them, is the limited possibilities of switching to cleaner energies. If you think of heating systems, for instance, these are people who rent where the place they live in. They can't just change to another form of heating. So it's very hard for them to participate also in other cleaner energies because they don't even have the information they need in order to do so. So the costs connected to it, we've already heard about investment costs, and in a household income of less than 1,400 euros, it would be very difficult to make these investments. What possibilities do I have as a renter? If, for example, I wanted to change my heating system, but also information asymmetry is a very important topic. Do these households even know about their possibilities? The answer is no. They usually don't even know who to ask. So social organizations have a hard time because this is a very specific topic, and to advise households requires a lot of know-how that the social services wouldn't know too much about. And the last point, households affected by energy poverty are prevented from taking part in the energy turn because they too lack the social practices in dealing with energy. Do I need by that? Of course, energy also has this cultural component, if I should call it that. You all know that you expect visitors on Sunday evening. You turn on the light, you heat up your rooms because you want your friends or visitors to feel very well. You make a large meal. So all of these are energy-intensive practices that we know in our cultural areas. If you were a guest somewhere and were invited to a room with 19 degrees and a single light bulb turned on, this would be irritating you. It's something that we don't even think about because it's standard, but for these households, this is an actual problem. So why are energy communities such a relevant topic specifically for this group of people? We will speak about the direction we're heading into on the panel afterwards. So why would energy communities be so important for poverty-affected households? I think that this would also represent a more democratic way of dealing with energy. So here, the important issue is that people are empowered. They have a possibility of becoming members of an energy community themselves, make their own contribution as part of the energy turn. They can get informed about the situation, they can participate in production, but also about distribution and sharing costs. All of that, I think, is a very good opportunity for people to also obtain an awareness of the energy situation. And the second point is that an active participation also makes the energy turn something that they can feel in a sense. Poor people often report about paternalistic attitudes they're confronted with. They have the feeling that there is so much that is decided over their heads, behind their backs. They are not empowered to take initiatives or change things themselves in their own environment. And now an energy community would make a big difference in that respect because people would be participating themselves. And I think that makes a difference for people if they have the feeling that they can take an active part as part of a community and so on. At the same time, I think the basic covering the basic needs in terms of energy makes an important difference. In the energy crisis of the last 2 years, there were more and more suggestions to create a kind of basic level of energy supply for households, a low rate of kilowatt hours that is made available to every household. How much that should be is something that is being discussed very intensively. How much should it cost? What should the price be for this basic level of energy, and how much should energy cost when it goes beyond that? But I think energy communities would be a very good option of creating this kind of basic supply that would either be very cheap or even free of charge. And if you remember the first slide I showed with the low-income households and the very high costs they're confronted with, that would be a real revolution. Now, what does it take for poor households, energy-poor households, to be integrated into an energy community? At first sight, it seems trivial to bring up this point in my presentation, but as a matter of fact, when you're dealing with this group of households, this is a real challenge. The thing is that these are people who are confronted with big challenges in everyday situations because they have problems participating in everyday life. They need special support, and a low threshold access to energy communities would be really helpful here. making information available would be helpful. How do I actually reach these households? If you remember that we're talking about 17% of the Austrian population, this is a large number of people. So we can suppose safely that we know people in our environment who aren't really well off financially. But is that something that is really visible? No, because this is very closely related to social norms. So a low threshold access to information, not only on the web, but also in print would be very important, especially for elderly people. But it's also related to costs. How much do I have to pay in order to be part of that energy community? Maybe I don't even know that it doesn't cost me anything. Contracts or agreements, it really takes individual tools for this group of people, because it's really hard for them to take part in everyday matters that are very normal for us. I call that, I know somebody who, that is the key element in this connection. And that takes me to the second point. What's really important if we want to enable these households to participate is gatekeepers. I know somebody who is perhaps part of an energy community or part of the energy community I want to join. Now, these could be different organizations, but also acquaintances, friends, neighbors. So don't underestimate, and we're going to hear about that on the panel afterwards, how important these gatekeepers are in order to actually offer the possibility of joining an energy community. This takes me to the end of my presentation. I hope I was able to give you some insight into what we are going to discuss on the panel here. Looking forward to your contributions. Thanks very much.
Bitte nehmen Sie.
Thank you very, very much. Please take your seats. Let me sort everything out here. Changing the setting a little bit. Please take your seat here. And now we are to welcome on stage Valentin Neuhauser, a service provider for energy community projects and the founder of the project Robin Powerhood, that we're going to learn more about in a minute. Hello. Next, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Thomas Hoffmann, the mayor of the Schattendorf municipality. A cordial welcome to you as well, dear Mr. Hoffmann. Great to have you. Next, I'd like to welcome Bente Knoll, a project representative of Energy with Spirit. Hello. Great, you've joined our invitation. And Mr. Herbert Kreisberger once again is going to join us in this group as well. Hello, Mr. Hauser. Let's start with you. You refer to the Robin Powerhood project. It already entails a lot, I think. It's about energy donations. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Energy donations, energy poverty, also some new term I haven't come across before. Energy donations, we all know energy communities, but we also know people who are members of the energy communities. Just a few factors to add when it comes to people living in energy poverty. It's about mold on their walls, the lurking danger of the electricity being switched off, and people are not on board of the energy communities as we are familiar with. And that was a frustrating situation when we said we want to do something to have these people on board as well. And in my project, there are about 1,000 households on board. And the invitation was expressed in November 2021 to all municipalities, legal entities, private people, saying you can donate your excess, what you don't need, part of your surplus, and we're going to hand it over to somebody in need free of charge. We heard about that in the presentation. I wrote it down, but it was a lot about the low threshold access you've been referring to. How did you manage that? Gatekeeper is the buzzword. And it's been hours, weeks, that we've been discussing the details of how to approach these people, how to check the state of emergency here. And in the law, it says the energy poverty definition here. We do it with the gatekeepers. We cooperate with social institutions, the Association for Living, for instance, Verein Wohnen, that they provide social consulting for, and we provide energy free of charge on top. What about better future implementation? What do we have to bear in mind in order to keep that access as low as possible? Maybe people feel shameful, feel embarrassed to say they are in dire need of help. The major difficulty we encounter is I presented a part of energy poverty we can statistically grasp, where we know these people have problems. They have high energy bills, or for instance, they turn to a social institution for help. But there are estimates saying that the share of energy poverty-stricken people that don't turn anywhere else is as big. To give you a number, normally we say 3 to 3.5% of energy poverty affected people, households that make reference that they can't heat up their four walls and it's difficult to pay the energy bill. But those who in any way are restricted in their energy consumption, they may pay the energy bill, but they only have 16 degrees Celsius in their living room. We wouldn't see in the statistics. We don't know that they are worse off because they might have got familiar with the situation already and they are not seeking help. So I bluntly would say in a rich country like Austria, this really is a major issue. Let's turn to the next project. Mr. Hoffmann, you are the mayor of the Schattendorf municipality. The name is not the program Shadow Village, as it would be literally translated, because you have a sun park in Schattendorf. Can you tell us something about that? A very good afternoon, everyone. We have an energy community we started with in our municipality in Burgenland. It's the largest photovoltaic park with some 15 hectares, and we try to meet the individual needs of our citizens. After the pandemic, where economic aid was paid out to people that were a bit weird, people were affected by everything getting more and more expensive. And as a mayor, as a municipality, you have to reflect on how to best possible support your people. So when you looked at neighboring municipalities and beyond to see what aid was provided, what subsidies there were available, so the provincial governor made sure we could have some heat sealing implemented in our province, in Burgenland. A first step was to reflect on what options to start implementing these measures. And as a further step, we managed to learn that it's not only important that individual people, individual households that can very well aware to put a PV plant on their roofs, or who already do utilize the options and the resources to somehow get to grips with the energy prices. But we want to be available for the people who are in dire need, for people having a net income of 1,400 euros, people who don't have any opportunity whatsoever in apartments, in flats, in buildings with old roof structures where you can't attach any PV installation, for instance. And that was my most important aspect entailed, because we said we're not going to support these opportunities, we're not going to offer these kind of subsidies, but we want to help people who really need the help most. And therefore we founded the energy community with the support of Burgenland Energy, thus managing to create that PV park. And in this context, it was also important to involve the population. And we can see that other larger projects in Burgenland started, like in Nickelsdorf or Wimpassing, where people tried to prevent such political action, and the local building and construction projects of prime importance went into provincial hands, so we can implement everything more quickly in Burgenland with a foundation of energy communities in particular. And that's an aspect we also applied to quickly implement our project in Schattendorf in our municipality. Currently, it's 500 metering points included in the system. And in another step, a very innovative step in cooperation with Burgenland Energy and the province of Burgenland, the first organic storage facility all across Europe. It's the first one that was connected to manage to get away from this basic idea to always be dependent on the market price, but we try to use the energy locally. I think this really asks for a very big applause. So both projects are social projects, and I think this is what energy communities are all about, to make sure the social component be held up high with all of the needs of vulnerable people, to really provide efficient aid. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Bente Knoll. It's about bringing vulnerable people on board in the energy crisis, that crisis of higher and higher prices. It's a pioneering implementation in the evangelical diaconic field. Maybe you share a few details with us. Thank you very much. Thank you also for the opportunity to say a few words today here on the panel and to report on my practical work. What about solidarity, energy communities, and faithful communities? Maybe I can give you some details. We submitted a project to the Climate Fund about solidarity communities, and I'm happy that Energy with Spirit is a project I'm the leader of, a project dealing with the evangelical diaconic aspects, and we have two called sister projects dealing with the Catholic groups of the faithful. And the starting point with all three projects running in parallel, I think, and that's something I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues of these corollary projects as well, saying it makes sense to bring the multiplier organizations on board as well. In our project Energy with Spirit, we've been cooperating with different institutions of our diaconia, with partners, scientific partners, organizations, and also counseling organizations. And our primary target we've intensely been working on is saying at least 10% of energy when it comes to kilowatt hours or euros shall go to vulnerable groups. That is the energy communities under the umbrella of Energy with Spirit, where everything has been prepared for their foundation, have been commissioned with a task, committing themselves to saying we are going to give 10% to vulnerable groups. The vulnerable groups we've been focusing on in our project are not poverty-stricken or poverty-endangered groups, but our vulnerable groups have been taken out or defined by the diaconia groups. So we work with the refugees service in Vienna, for instance, where we have a group of people who are much worse off than the income or the number you've given us, the 17%. Here we have a population group, a group of people with refugee experience in precarious situations when it comes to their housing. And we want to find out how people can be taken along in times of the energy turnaround. And we have a school on board as well with a focus on integration. And in Bad Gäusern, we cooperate with a student's home, accompanying youngsters that undergo compulsory schooling, providing shelter for them with assistance, supporting them from the various provinces in Austria. We have 9 provinces in Austria, and a couple of them are involved. So on the one hand, we want to establish energy communities committing themselves to the 10% target, and another focus in the project rests with energy education for the vulnerable groups, because we assume, as already heard in the initial statement, the knowledge all around renewables is the key. We therefore are putting our stakes on educating young people. Thank you so much. So, may I take the floor? Well, you talked about energy education, Mr. Neuhauser. People who are taken care of not only lack education, but also lack the knowledge of how to swap energy providers, for instance. Only this week did we see a contract where it was 60 cents per kilowatt hours and half a year of a fixed contract. Absolutely crazy. When you say you renounce of a reimbursement of 6.5 cents and you make sure that someone doesn't have to buy a kilowatt hour for 60, then you already have made a major contribution. Let's turn to Mr. Kreisberger again. What is your response? The energy community for me is a social innovation that I'd like to shed light on. Michael Hackler is amongst us today from Energy Consultancy, Energieberatung for socially vulnerable households. You need a lot of trust and little knowledge. In reality, we educate social workers when it comes to energy knowledge to be able to do the job locally, because advice not always leads to success. And they also share the knowledge that you can become a member of an energy community. And the municipalities, many municipalities in Lower Austria are the backbone of energy communities. It's there that we have to stress that when you participate people from households that get subsidies for heating, for instance, that are poverty-stricken, we have one-time fees that we don't collect, or we offer a more favorable fee. That's also a way of participation based on their social competence. Many people are just not able to participate in such schemes. But a third aspect I want to reiterate: in Lower Austria, with all major energy projects, we carry out referendums amongst the citizens, and Weidhofen, 2 weeks ago on Sunday, it was that this referendum took place, and an energy community was established to make sure that people nearby got good electricity prices in a sustainable and trustworthy way, and to connect relationships, saying, here we have the wind blowing, the wind wheels, and this is my electricity price for fixed tariffs. You don't depend on share markets or price indexes, but you know when you invest into the wind wheel, the prices will remain the same for the next 20 years because the costs only refer to the depreciation. Many people participate in the project, and therefore the referendum was a positive one. The same in Hollerbrunn. First the energy community, then talking about PV. That form of participation entails a very important social aspect as I see it, and there you can increase acceptance for renewables. Thank you very much, Mr. Kreisberger. Once again, I'm turning to our participants. Any questions you would like to raise? I'd like to give the 2 gentlemen the opportunity to raise their questions before embarking on the last part of today's afternoon program. My name is Alexander Herz from Sonnenschmiede. We are erecting and operating multi-house systems, 150 in one of the 2 phases, and of these 150, about 25 are social housing projects. That's a target group you've been focusing on. I'd like to ask a question in this context. Our team has found it extremely difficult to bring such a target group on board in a multi-house community project. It's more difficult, but you have a target group that explains to the onboarding team, no, they don't want to join in. They are afraid of their electricity provider being angry, and they normally don't switch on the refrigerator during the day. They just switch it off for certain hours, and it's extremely difficult to communicate or convey the message to them, because our installations always belong to the owner and they would hand over electricity at a favorable price. How can you manage the communication, making sure you get these people on board? May I give a reply? There would be a good answer. What we did with the households in the first round, these 80 households, we used various symbols. We had the icon of sun, wash machine, money, no wash machine, no money, just to convey everything in a picturesque form here. So sometimes you really have to explicitly convey what it means for the people affected. So when you think you get electricity free of charge, you may waste it. To test that, out of the 80 households that were on board from the very beginning, we separated them in two groups. One got the electricity free of charge, the other group was not informed. And what was the result? The group we didn't inform used exactly the same amount of electricity as the informed group. What was the difference? The electricity consumption during the night went back considerably, so everyone adapted to when the renewables energy was produced. Positive effect. Ms. Knoll, you also wanted to take the floor. I'd like to add some information. Yes, it is difficult when it comes to convincing private households. I think that's not a single case or an exception you've been sharing with us. Once again, I'd like to stress the approach the three solidarity projects have chosen to cooperate with institutions that have direct access to the target groups. This means organizations like Diaconia or sister projects, and also Caritas organizations that have direct access to the target groups. They already enjoy the trust. And it's here that I'd like to make a little footnote, something we've encountered in our project, speaking for everyone involved here, that at the beginning of submitting the projects we were not really aware of. That means a major legal hurdle. Thankfully enough, the Social EG project, in the framework of the research project, filed an expertise or commissioned a lawyer to file the expertise. And I know that from the evangelical diaconic institutions, you may know the blue logo, other than the Caritas icon and the Diaconia, with all of their clubs and associations, provides an organizational structure that is a real challenge. And it's an undeniable fact that the major Diaconia institutions, Diaconia One World and Gallneukirchen and Diaconia de la Tour, Carinthia, Upper Austria and Vienna, these three organizations, due to their organizational structures and the intrinsical relationships, the subsidiaries and so on, according to EU law, are seen as major corporations and therefore are excluded from renewable energy communities. I think this is a failure that should be done away with, as I see it. I can put it frankly here. We made an effort to collect our experience in order to turn to the organizations, hand over our findings that already happened. And we want to see an opening here, because It's about the joint benefit of all of the organizations, the non-profit organizations on board who are an active part of the energy turnaround, because it's via these organizations in particular, schools, Diaconia, Caritas, they operate many schools and educational infrastructure, and therefore they are in charge of making the energy transition visible and tangible. So we know that the framework conditions not always are to the favor of everyone involved. Thank you very much. One final and last question. Who is going to take the microphone? Please don't start fighting. We talked about electricity primarily, but the major topic actually is heat when talking about energy poverty. And I think here, on the one hand, it will be the electricity free of charge that, however, won't solve the problem because the walls will remain wet and the original problem has not been solved. But we know that it's most efficient not to consume any energy. Saved energy is the best energy of all. For 20 years, we've known that when we do it smartly, when we make sure to bring down the energy consumption by 90%, everyone will be able to afford the energy. And when saying all, I'm not only referring to people having an income of 1,400, but also below that sum. Because thanks to the Climate Protection Ministry with the new subsidies, we've seen that even with the high consumer or end consumer prices and the rehabilitation projects and so on, is the most economical situation to take a sound and smart approach. And this is not energy poverty, but information poverty because of certain lobbies that are not interested in propagating this information, but always saying the opposite, saying it's uneconomical. So it's important to be courageous enough, taking money into our hands, refurbishing, rehabilitating everything solidly in order to focus on renewables, not only electricity, but also heat. And that's affordable for everyone. That's a test we've stood over and again. Nevertheless, we have the problem in the energy community, even though we explain that it's 225 euros less. People wouldn't say yes. Some say, I just can't afford it. They just don't want to understand it. It's the same as with Corona. Thank you very much for your statement. I would like to convey my thanks to all of you on the panel. Thank you very much. You do deserve a very big hand for the social component you've introduced into our debate. Thank you very much, Ms. Matzinger. Ladies and gentlemen,
we will close this afternoon with a third and last session dealing with technical challenges and innovation in the area of energy communities, and we'll get a deeper insight into energy management, storing, and sector coupling comes from Kurt Leonardsberger, who is an expert on energy communities and energy storing. I'm really glad that he is here. A very good afternoon. I'm glad to be able to be here, especially in view of the many very interesting talks. I think that because they were so many and so interesting, I will be making something like a summary of what has already been said. But nevertheless, I'm glad to be able to open a discussion on energy communities and the technology. I will not give you my educational background. Let me just say that I've been dealing with energy communities for 5 years now in all sorts of shapes, as a researcher in the industry, as part of a development of digital solutions for energy communities, and finally in founding and supporting energy communities, and I've been able to support and advise over 30 of them. A brief summary. Looking back at today's contributions, I think we can see a clear image with two core messages. The first one, the first steps have been made successfully, and I think everybody here has deserved a big hand, because everybody who's been here has really achieved a lot over the last years. We were able to deal with many different topics: legal, tax, controls, interfaces, all the niceties of life, but also with many other topics. And I must say that personally, I also learned a lot. And one of the important messages to take along is that I learned how complex topics can be communicated to people. And energy communities is certainly a topic that doesn't lack in complexity. So if you look back, it's a very good sign that we've been able to make so many people move out of their comfort zone and join energy communities or found one themselves. The second big message, I'm not afraid to speak of challenges in this group, because I think we've all managed to cope with many of them in the last years. I think that everybody who's here has dealt intensively with energy communities, and nobody here is afraid of new challenges, but that every stone put in our path is another one that will only make us more defiant and convinced that we're doing the right thing. So these challenges exist, but of course we have to confront them. It has been said several times today already that in terms of grid and system access, there is a lot that we can still do. Many of the energy communities are still working with obsolete technology where no contribution is made to the grid, and that's a pity, because these studies also show how much of a potential is there. I think it would be in all our interest to tap this potential, and for that we need one or the other legal or technical innovation. And now, one of the nice things is that, in particular in research, but also in practice, there are a number of projects that have already tackled this issue. That said, let's move forward here. For instance, there is a renewables energy community in Haunolding in Upper Austria that decided to give people meters that enable us to have real time data, and we can curtail when there is excess energy supply and top up when there is a lack. In the evening hours, for instance, when this energy community can no longer supply for itself and supplies come from a larger grid, this energy community can still supply for itself due to this new technology, and we now have a possibility of helping the transformers, but also we can see in the diagram on the right that such storage systems reduce production peaks and demand peaks, but they are, of course, not abolished altogether, and they still exist. So the result is that such storage facilities reduce the burden, but the local network is still dealing with the burden, and no hosting capacity is there, and no grid operator will say that based on this strategy I allow you to install more solar panels, which is the main point, of course. So what that means is that we have to go one step further. We have to make sure that in energy communities, supply and demand peaks can be reliably prevented, and that is feasible, but we need real-time data for that. The fact that that is possible has been confirmed by a number of studies that I don't want to give you any details on. I'll just give you one example that I personally like very much. On the right side, you see a diagram from a research project where an energy community was simulated with a large heat need and large number of heat pumps. And it shows that if the flexibility of the heat pumps is reasonably used, peaks can be reduced by 50%. And that means that the grid is really effectively alleviated. And if you compare the orange to the green bars, you will see that the collective peak reduction potential shows that if all participants contributed as a group, the effect is much larger than if only the individual households try to achieve that. And I think that's something that we need to stress, even in this audience, that jointly we can achieve a lot more, and that is particularly true of energy communities. Now, one of the drawbacks in this discussion, and that has been mentioned several times already today, is that we need real-time data, at least of the large producers and consumers, in order to know what it is that happens in our communities. And very few of the energy communities actually have them. They are not free of charge. They cost a lot of money. We've heard that. And in order to obtain these data, we need to invest in hardware. Hardware installation is expensive. Operating these meters will not be free of charge either. And the question is whether we can actually obtain this sort of data. We have to discuss that, because this is really a crucial point. How can we obtain this information? And this already takes me to the end of the impact I'm supposed to give the discussion. I'm really looking forward to discussing details in a very interesting round of discussions. Where are we heading? What can we do? Where is a readiness to change things? How can we get there? And I look forward to discussing that with you. Thank you.
Sie haben mir schon alle Fragen gestellt.
You've already asked all the questions. Maybe you don't even need me here. I'll come here anyway. We would now like to ask a number of people to the stage to discuss these topics with you. Christian Hoffmann, who is the chair of Göttweig's Blick Energy Community. Clemens Korner of the AIT, the Austrian Institute of Technology. Welcome. Markus Puchegger of Forschung Burgenland and the Energy Community of Neudörfel. Helmut Strasser will come back as well. You gave us a very short overview and have already helped many energy communities to be founded. And if you would now sum up how many energy communities were actually founded in the last 2.5 years, you've been dealing with that for longer than that. Would you have expected this kind of potential in Austria? I believe the potential was there, and we're all hoping for it, but that it would happen so quickly and to that extent is something that's very positive. I don't think that was something one could have expected. There are external factors that contributed to that. There are also internal factors, such as the coordination body that people can turn to. That was certainly a decisive factor. And of course, and that's why these gentlemen are here on the stage with us, there are research projects that want to help make it easier in future. Mr. Hoffmann, can I ask you to join the discussion. In your community, there are smart meter adapters that enable smart meters to share their data in real time. We were founded on the 24th of January, very short after the law got into force. We had a total of 1,000 participants, and my IT background also very quickly made me ask the question how we can use data in a way that potential for optimization is actually being used. Luckily, very quickly, we were able to have the first test sites for the smart meter adapter. I'm not sure how many hundred of calls we've had. Where can I order the thing? To I would now like to order 1,000 of them, and I'd like to know what I have to pay for it and when I'll get them. So these were the experiences we had. But currently, we're already working without smart meter adapters and real-time data on very simple possibilities, and maybe we can discuss that in the discussion. What can each of you do now already? And once we have the brave new world of real-time data, what will we then be able to do in order to obtain the remaining data to close all gaps? So what can we all do, to pick up your question? Let me say that the clock is quite a good potential for optimization. I got hundreds of questions from members who asked me, how do I know whether electricity is available? And in the classical solar energy community, I said, why don't you look out of the window? Supposing that when the sun shines, you probably have excess energy. That might be a first indicator. Today we're a little more intelligent, but as a first step, that was a very easy metaphor to help communicating with people. As I said, this was a very easy way to get in touch with people and explain to them a rather complex world. Mr. Korner, you work on the CLUE project, as it's called, that researches how energy communities can use storage. This is about energy management and control systems. Can you tell us about the project? I'd like to follow up on what was said before. The energy communities that don't really collaborate. Could you hold the microphone like this? You'll be much easier to hear. Grid fees in an energy community, you save money on some grid fees, and that was an important point for us. How can an energy community be used in order to make less demands on the grid? And the important point here again was real-time data. And the first big problem, how do you obtain them? And for that, we set up meters, equipment for measurement, and we are going to use the smart meter adapter. This is a piece of hardware, and if that is available, why not use it? An important aspect here is the grid operator, because the grid operator has a model of the grid and plays the role of setting limits to an energy community. For instance, if I have a battery store or infrastructure for mobility, we have forecasts and set limits on maximum demand, and grids can then set limits. And the energy communities will then be able to move freely within that framework. To understand that a bit better, Does that mean that your smart meter adapters give us real-time data that are important for you? Do you only get to know each other today? Yes. As usual, this is a very good opportunity for networking, this event is. And of course, we've heard of the smart meter adapter, so we're really interested in finding out what the experiences are from other pilot projects, and I think we can then avoid one or the other obstacle. I'd now like to ask Mr. Buchecker, who comes from Forschung Burgenland, and you're part of the energy community Neudörfel. Could you give us some insight as well? I'm not an official member because I'm not a resident of Neudörfel, but I'm allowed to manage the project. And we had a research program connected to it. Against the backdrop of the crisis we've had, we also thought a bit about what is needed in terms of interdisciplinary research. It's not just technology, but also social sciences, energy supply topics, data security, and so on. I'm going to address that. We came out of the pandemic, slipped into the Ukraine and energy crisis, and we're wondering whether the model of an energy community wouldn't be a model of for making a community a bit more resilient in crises. So we designed a study, and I think storage is a very good example for that. If I have energy storage, I can increase the amount of self-produced energy that is being used, but I can also supply during crises. For instance, if I have a school and a large a gym connected to it, I can make this available to people in a moment of crisis. Then we have a heat network. Can we integrate that? Can we also address the problem of heating as a communication tool, but in terms of technological flexibility? In Neudörfel, we have one of the very few industrialized communities in Burgenland here. That means that we have enough roof surface in the Neudörfel company that it can be used. How can that be made use of? And that takes me back to real-time data. We too plan that. It's going to happen over the next couple of months, that covering all of our surface as far as possible, because I do expect a couple of challenges here, to create real-time data infrastructure, not as something that we must have, but rather to answer the question in how far different forecasts can help to make such real-time data available. Are there other possibilities as well, following the Pareto principle, 80-20%? And we are trying to test the example now. Mr. Strasser, I would like to bring you into the group as well. You're taking many notes, I suppose, because you want to respond as well. This is certainly about research projects and how to connect them with real life. That is your task.
Well, I think I fully trust research. It's about rolling it out widely, disseminating the information, and there are many questions that are rising when it comes to how we may benefit from the research results when translating everything into practice. We have contacts with energy communities that have been founded, that provide consultancy, that are being supported. And some do show potential, are willing to take the next step towards innovations. And that, for me, would be a question of what can we recommend. There's some extra work people are willing to do. There are subsidies, programs, the Climate Fund, for instance, to support additional services, for instance, that you may want to support. That's what's been on my mind. And third, and We talked about the usability of a grid, for instance, and does everyone know what it means that a grid is serviceable? Do we all understand the same by it? And how would we tell an interested energy community that this is a new buzzword and what it is exactly? So I'd like to learn to what extent we can do some more work here. Bearing in mind the fact that many people are watching from outside who also consider establishing a renewable energy community or bringing it forward. And as the federal minister put it so nicely, to be a visionary, to motivate people to go out motivated of the meeting here. And I think he is the right panel to convey messages to, without saying, do join an energy community, do it, because, and then it's your task to fill in the dots. Why should we do it? What are the major advantages? What would you say? What would be your motivating words? This is a brilliant question indeed, and I think we've already heard a couple of questions and answers when it comes to energy price stability, saving costs, people who are just not able to make investments that we also want to bring on board, that we also want to enable to participate. But the most important step is to raise the flag in times that's characterized by many challenges, where many people are considering what they may do, what they may contribute. And we think there's such a multitude of things you may do. I think when joining an energy community, you can show a clear signal. I do commit myself to regional, local energy supply, innovative progress, and I want to render my contribution, and I'm seeing it every day in my energy communities that people are accessing the community, saying, I don't even know whether there is any money I may save, but that's not crucial. I think it's great. I do local and regional shopping. I want to keep the added value in my region. And with the energy community, I have an opportunity for the first time to do it in the field of energy. And I think this is of crucial importance. That is what we have to convey the people. Then you don't have to talk about adaptations of pricing or any contractual details, because when you reach out to people on this level, you've already won. A lot has already been said. Empowerment, for me, is the big, big buzzword. Many people joining in our energy communities who regard this as a tool to take fate into their own hands, to make a contribution themselves. When it comes to World Heritage, cultural regions, there are framework conditions prevailing that don't enable you to do anything locally, maybe particularly for any buildings that are under protection for cultural reasons. And I think an energy community is an opportunity for people to participate in the energy transition or turnaround. And therefore, Herbert, thank you very much for your team support. We offer community installations because in our catchment area, there is such a big potential to tap people not being able to do it on their own. And when we talk about other innovations later on, we'll see it again. But empowerment is my headline for the time being. From the researcher's point of view, well, one of the most interesting aspects entailed is to get to know each other. I bring about the technical background, but in the many talks we've been having, learning more from other domains, enriching our knowledge. It's not a merely technical solution, but it entails social aspects as well, as we have heard before, and legal aspects as well. So this is a great opportunity to make sure that people you may just have seen once, you can learn more about. And maybe it's learning more about the background from within in order to also grow intellectually and establish friendships and relationships. Perhaps two more aspects I might contribute, coming away from the question a little bit, but I may take the time to say that I think it's important that technologically speaking, the model of energy communities be further developed from mere PV to storage, energy communities, photovoltaics plus storage facilities, if affordable only with a traditional load profile without flexibility, will cover a maximum of 30 to 35% of the energy demand or of the grid supply or what is used by the grid. Sectoral coupling, sectoral combinations, that's the vision. That's the main playing field for us to develop concepts that are economically viable. And coming back to the question of how we may motivate people, I would like to pick up what the previous speaker said, entailing another aspect. As I learned, Austrians, we always tend to name and shame other people. I can't put a PV installation on my room, I'm in a rented apartment, or this or that excuse. There is a model of energy communities doing away with almost all excuses. Don't come up with a new excuse, just accept it. Thank you. Mr. Strasser? It's always difficult to have the last say here. Just two more aspects, maybe. First of all, taking energy supply into our own hands. That's important for me. You not always depend on others. You don't depend on market prices, for instance, that you can't control, but you take future into your own hand. You determine fair prices, social prices in your energy community, and everyone can participate. There is no reason to not participate. And second, that's rather for freaks and innovators. I think we all know that this really is a great potential, the designing of our electricity market system. We don't know what still is going to happen. If you want to be amongst the front runners, this is the best learning environment, and motivating means being on board yourself. It's always the best thing to be a participant of this energy communities yourself. Thank you very much, Mr. Strasser. I don't know whether there are any questions to our panelists. Doesn't seem to be the case, so I would say please do remember the faces of these five gentlemen, because I think they will be around outside. So do ask the one or the other question on a bilateral level. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for participating in this final round. Thank you very much for your expertise and your pioneering spirit. A big hand for our five gentlemen here on the panel, please. On that note, we have already finalized all sessions of the afternoon. I would like to ask the Managing Director of the Climate Fund to come up on stage, Mr. Bernd Vogel. He is getting ready for the stage, as I can see, to provide us with some concluding remarks and a summary of our interesting and vision-enriched program. So what's your summary? What's the lessons learned for you? Many good ideas, and one interesting idea. I worked for Wien Energie, one of the energy providers in Vienna. What's clear, you need new actors to bring about innovations, and we see that with the energy communities. You invent another market participant, and suddenly they are bringing energy issues forward, coming up with ideas you wouldn't have thought about. Digitization of the grids. Why do we know that? Because there is a new actor yelling out loudly, saying something's not right, we can't work. We are lacking data. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer to come up with these findings. It's important to closely look at these things, making sure new actors get on board, telling us where to go to. And this is what currently is happening. And that we experienced so lively today. How can we integrate storage facilities? What do we do with the demand-oriented consumption patterns? Things we already discussed 20 years ago on the technical level. Now we are going down to the practical nitty-gritty, and now the energy communities say we simply do it. We are making an effort to make things happen in reality, and that's topics we discussed, theoretically speaking, 20 years ago. Now they are being implemented in a very practical way. And all structures are having a hard life to integrate these solutions quickly. Slowly but surely they are joining us, but the new actors don't have any past to bear in mind. They don't have to look at any rights of the established group. They have new technologies, they optimize, they are building our future, which currently is taking shape in front of our eyes. So what were the main topics? The storage facilities for production. We need storage. And in energy communities, you can act more economically by integrating storage facilities. The Climate Fund, the Klimafonds, also goes into the depth of storage facilities. This is a crucial topic. The energy communities should have an eye on where to integrate storage facilities best. Economically speaking, it just makes sense. Another topic we've heard a lot about to do is the social aspects. The Climate Fund is going to focus on social questions and how they can be addressed in the energy communities. We have the Coordination Center for Climate Poverty that goes nicely with this topic. We are going to go into more detail. And my emails keep coming in. People tell me, I wrote you an email, and then I look at the email. I think the data of the grids is a quite different story. You have to wait until you get the data, which surprises us, because when we reflect on what's happening on our smartphones, here we have to catch up a lot. And it's great that the new actors, the communities are available that are crying out loudly. We have to catch up. Digitization, social questions, digitization as the third topic here, and we as the Climate Fund are going to make sure to make further progress. All the best, every success for you with the energy communities. We are making sure to provide the best support possible on behalf of the Coordination Center, and are great you've joined the invitation in such large numbers. Amazing. Thank you very much. These were Bernd Vogel's motivating final words to round off the Energy Communities 2024 meeting. Thanks to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Erste Campus, and for all of our online participants being with us the entire day, being confronted with new ideas, new visions, new energy communities we all want to found. And I'm very interested and looking forward to what we are going to discuss next year, what was feasible, what was possible, where there might be still problems. But I do hope everyone is going to simplify the situation. That's my lesson learned. Now I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank Eva Dvorak and her team, Stefan and Patrick, who guided me so greatly here so that I know what I'm talking about. I hope I did a good job, and I wish you a nice evening. Use the rest of the time for networking. You've seen people have been on stage who may have to tell each other a lot, embarking on a good exchange, and that's what I wish to see with all of you. And all the best. Thank you.